Good morning and welcome to Salford City Council Planning Panel. My name is Councillor Ray Mashter and I'm Chair of Salford's Planning Panel. Given the epidemic, only elected members need to be physically present in meetings to make decisions, and so officers of the Council can join meetings remotely. The Planning Panel officers presenting items on this agenda and giving advice to the panel will do so remotely. This meeting will also be streamed live, and if you do intend to photograph or film the proceedings, then could I ask that you do not stop other members of the audience from being able to see, hear or feel that they can speak freely. Thank you. Okay, further, my last request of you good selves is for you to please respect and adhere to the COVID-safe protocols that have been put in place within the building. Okay, over to the order of business. First, the officers will present their submission to the panel. Second, any registered objectors present will be invited to speak. And within that section, if there are any constituted groups that have registered to speak, they will also be taken in that section. Third, any registered applicants or applicants' agents will be invited to speak. Fourth, any ward councillors and MPs will be invited to speak. I'll be allowing 3 minutes for the 4 registered speakers today, 5 minutes for any constituted residents group, and 5 minutes each for any elected members. And that will add up to the objectives side, that will add up to 17 minutes, so I'll allow a 17-minute section for the applicants to speak. I need to run a fair and equal hearing, so the applicants who are supportive of the application should get the same amount of time to speak as the collective objectives. Is that okay? Thank you. Finally, from your good selves, I'll close and pass over to the panel for debate, which will focus solely on material planning grounds against the aims of the city's local policies on material planning grounds by inviting the members of the panel to vote. If there is a motion contrary to officer's recommendation, then before any vote is taken, a senior officer will be asked to advise the panel of the merits of that motion. And that senior officer will be Mr. Martin Hodgson, who's to the left of me, who's the Assistant Director for Planning in the City Council. Thank you. Finally, all members of the panel will vote at the same time, and in case of a tie, I, the Chair, will have a further casting vote to determine the application. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, decisions will be made today. Those decisions may or may not please everybody, but I'd like to think that throughout the whole of the proceedings that you will feel satisfied that you had a fair and equal hearing throughout. Thank you. Okay, Miss Edwards, who's the clerk of our panel, could we just run through the apologies for the meeting, please?
Yes, Chair. Apologies have been received from Councillors Clark, Morris and Reynolds.
Thank you. And for the watching public, would you just be so kind to read out the members that are actually in attendance at this moment in time?
Yes, Chair. The members present are Councillors Birch, Cusack, Dawson, Dickman, Karen Garrido, Hamilton, Linden, McCusker, Taylor, Tresidern, Warmisham and yourself, Chair.
Thank you, Miss Edwards. Panel, are you happy to include parts 1 and 2 of the agenda? Thank you. Any declarations of interest, members? Should we take the first item, 4A? Councillor Dickman?
Yeah, I'd like to declare an interest on the first application due to knowing some of the objectors, so I won't be participating in that application.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dickman. Okay, and then item 4B, is there any declarations of interest? No. Item 4C?
Chair, I wish to remove myself from the meeting as I wish to speak to this item as a ward councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Warmsham. And then item 4D, any declaration of interest? No, no problem. Okay. Members, are you happy to approve the minutes of the previous meeting? Oh, do apologise, members. We haven't got minutes today. I thought they might have been fielded just before the meeting, but they haven't been. So we'll have minutes of the previous meeting for the next week. Do apologise for that. Okay. Over to item 4A then, which is Monting Bowling Club, which is pages 9 to 26. And it's not included on your amendment sheet. Mr. Ketley is the presenting officer. Mr. Ketley, can I hear your voice?
Good morning, Chair. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Mr. Ketley, just before I let you go, Councillor Dickman's just leaving the room. Mr. Ketley, can you just go forward 1 slide and back 1 slide just to make sure everything's working? Okay. Mr. Ketley, you have the floor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. This application seeks prior approval to install telecommunications infrastructure within the car park of Monton Bowling Club in Eccles. The land in question is situated to the south of the bowling green and to the west of the Swinton Gate Greenway, a public walking and cycling route that links Swinton with Eccles. The wider area around the bowling club is residential in nature, with vehicular access to the car park achieved via a track that runs between 19 and 21 Hawthorne Avenue. An existing 12.5 metre high telecommunications mast is already situated at the bowling club site, adjacent to the southeastern corner of the bowling green. This provides 2G and 3G coverage to the area for Vodafone, having been granted permission in 2013. Prior approval was sought in relation to the siting and appearance of a new 20 metre high monopole, which would support 12 antennas and other infrastructure, which would be mounted to the head frame. Consent is also sought for the installation of 3 equipment cabinets and 4 Ericsson radio systems at ground level. The mast and associated equipment would be housed within a 2 metre high fence compound. The new equipment is designed to provide the latest 4G and 5G service to the area and would be shared by 2 operators, as advocated by the NPPF and in line with best practice for mobile network development. The telecommunications equipment has been sited against the eastern site boundary, adjacent to a concrete panel fence with a belt of trees associated with the greenway beyond. A minimum separation distance of 21.8 metres would be retained between the mast and the rear garden boundaries of properties on Hawthorne Avenue. This distance increases to 34 metres as a minimum distance to the rear facing windows of these properties. The position of the existing monopole on the site has been marked on this image by the yellow star. The applicant has confirmed that the existing mast and associated equipment would be removed from the bowling club site within 6 months of the proposed equipment being installed. This is an elevation of the monopole as seen from the northwest. The design of the mast is a product of its function, with the submission noting that it is the slimmest design possible to enable all technologies to be supported from the site, with the antenna stack having to be unshrouded and mounted on a structure of 20 metres in height to ensure that the antennas would be clear of the trees and other elements in the street scene, thereby allowing them to operate effectively. The mast, column, head frame, antennas and equipment cabinets would all be colour treated grey. These images show the application site and bowling club car park from various vantage points. Those on the left-hand side show the view as vehicles enter the site via Hawthorne Avenue. The trees associated with the Swinton Greenway can be seen on the right. The existing monopole can be seen in the top right image. And some of the Hawthorne Avenue houses that back onto the Bowling Green car park are visible in the bottom right picture. The application sites are not considered to be located within a sensitive area. From these positions, the mast and equipment would be seen in the context of a car park against concrete fencing and tall trees, all typical features within an urban environment. These photos have been taken from Hawthorne Avenue. From the public highway, it's considered that the monopole will only be seen as part of glimpsed views through the gap between certain dwelling houses. These images show the view along the Swinton Greenway, looking both northeast and southwest, close to the application site. Again, views of the top of the monopole will only be fleeting as pedestrians and cyclists move along the Greenway. 103 objections have been received in response to the application. 2 petitions containing a total of 260 signatures have also been submitted. Additionally, a letter of objection has been issued by the MP for Salford and Eccles. The concerns raised by all objectors are summarised within pages 15 to 18 of your agenda packs. No concerns have been raised by the Local Highways Authority. In summary, prior approval was sought for the siting and appearance of a 20-metre high monopole with antennas, equipment cabinets and other associated telecoms infrastructure. There is strong policy support at the national level for high quality communications infrastructure, and the proposal effectively results in the upgrade of an existing telecommunications installation, and so is considered to be the most sequentially preferable site available. Whilst the monopole itself is tall, it will be seen in the context of a car park next to mature trees. It would be sufficiently distant from the houses along Hawthorne Avenue, and there would only be glimpse views available from the surrounding public realm. Consequently, officers have recommended that prior approval is required and should be granted for this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ketley. Thank you so much. Okay, I intend to take the 4 members of the public speaking first, and then take Monton Bowling Club, and then move on to the councillors and then the MP. I hope that's okay. So, first of all, I've got Nora Higgs, and then I've got Peter McNamara, then I've got Brian Ging and Ian Hedge. Is that okay? So, can I take Miss Higgs first, please, for 3 minutes? Is that okay? Oh, is there a different order? If you just shout at me who wants to go... Sorry, sir? No problem. Okay, Mr. McNaughton, have your good self first. Yeah, please, Luana will help you sit down. Who's going to be second? Is Mr. Ging going to be third or Mr. Edge? And Mr. Edge, you'll be fourth. Is that okay? Fabulous. Mr. McNaught, if you could help us, well, if you could tell us where you reside, it just helps with the context of your submission for the panel to get a better perspective from what you say.
Sorry, I didn't catch what you said there, sorry.
No problem. If you could tell us where you reside, I'd be most grateful.
Okay,
It
sure.
just helps
Yeah.
with the understanding context.
Okay, that was included anyway. Peter McNamara, 12 Park Road, Monton.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McNaught. Mr. McNaught, you've got 3 minutes, and I'll give you a shout at 2.5 minutes to help time
Right,
yourself.
I'll put my
Okay?
stopwatch on now then as well.
You take your time, Mr. McNaught. I'm not...
Thank you.
and you're
Okay, what I'm about to say is by way of a preface to the other contributions, which will elaborate on many of the points that I'm going to be making. I want to stress big time on behalf of my neighbours and myself that we're not NIMBYs. We're not opposed to 5G, but in terms of sight and appearance, we're sure that a 20-metre mast in old money, that's 65 feet, that's big, with 12 large and open antennae, not like the monopole that's there already, does not belong in Monton Bowling Club car park, or indeed in any other predominantly residential area. This monster would be 25 feet above the tree line on Swinton Walkway and would dwarf any trees and hedges to the back of the surrounding houses, particularly on Hawthorne and Park. It would be 2 to 3 times the height of the street lighting columns. It would be 3 times the height, up to 3 times the height of surrounding housing. It would be the equivalent to a 6-storey building. Our view is it would have a significant negative impact on the mental health and well-being of the out this giant of a mast at the end of your garden. It's much closer than it kind of appears in the slides we've just seen. Would be a deeply depressing prospect. It will negatively impact also on the operation of the club, particularly on competition days and when social events are being held. As my neighbours and fellow objectors will make clear, the developments have not given serious and diligent consideration to other less sensitive and more appropriate sites, which have been ruled out, by the way, in a previous iteration as being too close to residential housing and wouldn't get planning permission. But it didn't appear in the latest set of documents that it did in the previous one, which was the car park in Monton. If you look at the paperwork this time round, it talks about the Park Hotel being considered, presumably on the grounds that it would have a negative impact on a pint of bitter there, so that was rejected. Secondly, Tesco Express, presumably on the grounds that only every little helps, and other locations in Hawthorne Avenue in Park. The remarkable conclusion from officers is that the most sequentially preferable site has been chosen. Well, if that's all you choose to sequentially prefer after, then it's meaningless, that term. They say that it would be an installation resulting in an effective upgrade to an existing telecommunications site. It's not the same thing at all. This upgrade is not replacing like with like or even similar. The 4G and 5G masts in terms of sight and appearance are entirely separate beasts.
30 seconds, Mr. McNaught.
Okay, we strongly contest that due diligence has not been exercised in exploring alternative sites. In short, the proximity to the properties, the scale and size of the installation would have a massive and unacceptable impact on the neighbourhood and would be detrimental to the well-being of the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr McNamara. Thank you so much. Mr McNamara, if you could go back and sit in the public gallery, I'd be so grateful. Luana's going to clean the seat. And thank you, Luana. Miss Higgs? Hi, Miss Higgs. I don't know if that's within our protocol. We do offer to present things on screen in thingy. Could I just have some help here from the officer team? The member of the public has items to hand to members of the panel. Is that within the protocol of this building? I do not know.
Is it just one?
It, yeah. And we haven't had any view of this as far as I understand. And I can't have things handed out to panel blind. They need to be shared to all parties. So it needs to be a fair and equal hearing, you see. So
yes, Chair, I'd just like to obviously double that in as much though, yeah, officers need to be able to see any documentation that's being presented at any panel meeting, Chair.
I know that documents have been handed out at panels in the past by people.
yeah, but they normally go through the case officer when the case officer.
I specifically remember a panel
Yeah.
where Laura Edwards handed out
Yeah.
documents to the panel on the day.
It's just usually arranged before. I'm not being a pain. I have to run a fair and equal hearing. It's as simple as that. If one party is not seeing to it, Miss Higgs, could Mr. Hodgson take that paperwork and just have a look at it, and then we'll. Mr. Hodgson, is that possible to do? Miss Higgs, please take a seat. You don't need to. We will be hearing you speak. That's without any shadow of a doubt.
Chair, the documentation appears to be obviously a submission that we received as part of the normal procedures, and copies of part of the documentation from the applicant's agent and a couple of maps with some dimensions on. I think that's okay, Chair, to circulate.
That's great. Could the applicant please identify who they are if they're in the room? Sir, we need to furnish you with a copy, so can we just get a copy to you yourself so you're fully, because we can't present it on the screen, so it's not supposed to.
Oh, he's got one.
I think that's been done, so that's great. Thank you, Councillor August. Thank you.
Does the panel need a copy?
Yeah, they're going to hand them out.
Yeah.
So, is that one?
This is one into.
Yeah,
I've
they're
got
all
one
separate.
each.
Yeah.
One each.
Luana, could you facilitate that, please? Thank you. I don't mind. Helen, I really don't mind. It's okay. Okay, Ms Higgs, all the members of the panel, apart from Councillor Garrido, has a copy. Ms Higgs, if you would be so kind to tell us where you reside, it just helps with context of your submission to the panel. And you have 3 minutes to speak, and I'll give you a shout at 2.5. And over to you, good self.
Okay, thank you. My name's Nora Higgs. I live with my husband Norman at 11 Hawthorne Avenue. We're directly in line for the mast. Oh, sorry. Sorry. In the pre-application notice, it states, this is document 1, this location has been specifically chosen to be as far away as possible from nearby properties. There are a number of tall trees in the immediate area which will help to ensure that the proposed installation does not appear prominent from public viewpoints in the street scene surrounding the club. This isn't correct and it's wholly misleading. Please refer to Clark Communications drawing of the mast, picture 1. The mast will be approximately 18 to 19 metres from our house and neighbouring properties, picture 2. The height of the mast is 20 metres, well over the average 10-metre height of our houses. There are also 3 equipment cabinets and other peripherals, including the erection and maintenance of the mast. As you can see, there are no trees in front of the mast, only privet hedges to the rear. The tree line at the back towards the Swinton Greenway is seasonal and nowhere near to the height to camouflage the mast. It will be clearly visible from Park Road, Cavendish Road, Ravensdale Gardens, Dovedale and other houses in the 2 conservation areas we are sandwiched between, picture 3. On the previous proposal, document 2A, Monton Village Car Park was discounted on the grounds it would be overlooking several gardens and the visual impact would be substantial. That's picture 4. Also, document 2B, southwest to Grange Drive and Monton Green, was also discounted as the site is on the edge of the conservation area and directly opposite residential properties. It is worth noting in the agent's opinion that they would both be turned down. Can I ask what our area is, if not residential? I would like also to state the impact that this proposal has had on our community. Many residents are extremely worried and overwhelmingly stressed that this is going to impact on their health. Monton Bowling Club has tried to bring the local community together in the past. This is now under threat, as many locals feel that this shouldn't have got to this stage. We are aware the 5G technology mast is needed, but also that it shouldn't be erected so close to residential areas.
30 seconds left, Ms Higgs.
As indeed Clark Telecommunications stated in pre-proposal plans for other sites. I'm sure more suitable industrial sites can be found to accommodate a mast of this size and structure. On behalf of the residents affected by the mast, I plead with you to turn down this application. Thank you for your time and considerations.
Thank you so much, Ms Higgs. Thank you. Thanks, Luana. Thank you. Mr. Ging? Mr. Ging. Mr. Ging, the same as I've read out to Mr. McNamara and Ms. Higgs, is if you could just tell us where you reside, it just helps with the context of your submission for the panel. And then after that, it's your 3 minutes and whenever you're ready. So.
Super. Okay, so hello, my name is Brian Ging. I lived at 49 Park Road, Monton with my wife and family for over 25 years, and the proposed mast will be directly visible from our home. I believe that the proposed development is fundamentally flawed and will completely fail to consider the huge and irreversible impact it will have on the neighbourhood and its residents. As stated previously, the average height of a house in the area is 10 metres, so at 20 metres, the proposed mast will be approximately twice the height of the house in the area. This means that the upper 10 metres of the mast, together with its numerous antennae, will be clearly and overwhelmingly visible from all directions in the locality and inescapably dominant. As such, the mast will have a massively negative and unacceptable impact on the residential visual amenity of the area. It is clear that the proposed mast, together with its auxiliary equipment, represents significant industrial infrastructure. And the developer wishes to place this significant industrial infrastructure within a quiet residential area which consists almost entirely of family homes. And this is an area which is located in close proximity to the protected areas of Ellesmere Park and Monton Green. The area provides residents and visitors alike with a pleasant, visually pleasing and relaxing environment which is used on a daily basis by walkers, joggers and cyclists for exercise, leisure and for quiet reflection. And this has proved to be especially beneficial to the community over the past 15 months of COVID. There's no doubt that locating the mast in this area will spoil this positive experience that all the residents and visitors gain from the area. The Council's new linear walkway scheme runs immediately alongside the proposed location of this industrial infrastructure. One of the key criteria for the linear walkway scheme, as set out within the 2019 consultation document, was to create a more attractive neighbourhood. The proposed location of the mast and its infrastructure will place it a matter of a few metres from the linear walkway scheme, and that would appear to be inconsistent with the Council's wish to use a linear walkway to help deliver more attractive neighbourhoods. As mentioned earlier by my colleagues, the developer's notice issued to the Bowls Club contained an illustration showing a generic 5G mast against a background of some sketched trees. Any visual mitigation assumed to be provided by those trees is questionable at best, because the existing tree canopy is neither of the height or density shown. The existing trees are currently being cut back, thereby further reducing any visual impact mitigation. And they're not evergreen trees, they're deciduous, so any visual impact mitigation will be limited to summer months only. So it's a sincere belief of all those residents that the proposed development is both unreasonable and inappropriate. The proposed development will have a massively negative, irreversible and unacceptable impact on the residential visual amenity of the area. It will also have a negative impact on the quality of their lives in the local community. We believe that the developer has completely failed to fully consider the negative impact of their proposal on the local community. And it's our hope that the community will direct the developer to consider alternative and more appropriate locations for their proposal.
Thank you, Mr. King. I didn't call you 30 seconds because I thought you were winding up, but don't worry.
All right.
No, thank you. That's fine.
Okay, cheers.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Mr. Edge, are you in the room? Thank you, Mr. Edge. Thanks, Luana. Mr. Edge? Oh, great. Mr. Edge, it's the same routine. If you could tell us where you reside, it helps with context to the rest of the panel about your submission. You would have 3 minutes to speak after you've said that, and unlike I did with Mr. King, I will give you a shout at 30 seconds. So,
all right.
Okay.
Yeah, my name's Ian Edge. I've been a resident at 43 Park Road since August 1979. Over those years, we've had several issues, but nothing of this magnitude. It's terrible to think that we all, good citizens, and we feel that we're being let down to a certain extent if these kind of applications are allowed. We have really a inheritance, really, I suppose, to consider for not just those that are here now, but for those who come after us. And on the technical side, we have a tower, a mast, which is going to be seen from a considerable distance from practically everywhere in the neighbourhood. This thing is okay. I mean, I'm not opposed to technological advancements, but the thing is, these things only have an effective range of approximately 350, perhaps even 400 metres. Pretty soon, if we're not very careful and planning isn't considered very effectively, we're going to be surrounded by them. Now, it's going to spoil the whole, not just Monton, it's going to spoil all of Salford. We've really got to consider these things. Yes, we know we have to do things for the future, but surely there is other sites more amenable to this kind of installation. And all I am asking the council is to give it great consideration, not just for us that are here now, but for our future dependents and residents of this area. And really, that's all I want to say.
Thank you, Mr. Edge. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we do have our constituted residents group, which I believe is Monton Bowling Club. Mr. Hughes, are you speaking on behalf of the bowling club? Mr. Hughes, I won't ask you where you reside because your context will be from Monton Bowling Club. So, and you have 5 minutes, Mr. Hughes, whenever you're ready. Okay.
Okay. Morning, everybody. My name's Ray Hughes. I'm the current chair of Monton Bowling Club. We've had various discussions with the residents, and as a result, we have some grave concerns about this mast and its location. It's proposed to be erected on private land within our car park area, and our concerns are as follows. The appearance. The mast looks unsightly and is totally out of context with the surrounding areas bordering onto scenic loop line walks and far too close in proximity to the residential properties. The car park itself will have considerable damage done to it with heavy plant machinery on site, limited access also to larger vehicles such as our dray delivery and skip hire when we ever do any building works. The revenue. The land that the mast will take up puts a restriction on any plans the bowling club may have to utilise space on the car park. The club has lost considerable revenue and there has been a substantial drop on membership renewals, citing the mast as the reason. The club cannot afford to lose this revenue. With other alternatives available, our members may even move to other surrounding clubs in the area. The inconvenience. The majority of our membership is in the 60+ bracket. Now, for these people, they rely on the car park facility. They haven't got that ability to park half a mile away from the club, as may be the case. We have bowling matches, we have funerals, and only the other day we didn't have enough car park space it was to host a bowls match and a funeral. The work will seriously impact on the ability to do this, as parking will be a premium. The community. Monton Bowling Club helps within the community and hosts Age UK 1 day per week. This is vital to this group of people, and it gives this group of people the opportunity to visit our club and have all the interactive activities that they're given on the day. They're there for 1 day. We also encourage the local young community in the bands, and we host a festival yearly where we encourage the local young up-and-coming bands to perform on our green. All things considered, this mast proposal should not be allowed to happen, both for the good of the club and for the peace of mind of the residential community. That's all I have to say at this moment, and I do thank you for your time for listening to us.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to close from the objective side now while Alana cleans the chair. And Mr. Haviz, the applicants, are you speaking today, sir? No problem. Mr. Haviz, the objective side was allocated 17 minutes. You have 17 minutes for your presentation. Is that okay? Over to your good self whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jamal Hafiz. I'm the town planner at Clark Telecom. Firstly, my colleague Vicky Parsons, who's dealt with the application, she sends her apologies. Due to a family emergency, she's not been able to attend, so I've come in her place. But yeah, I'll just get everything started. I mean, the proposed site is required in order to fill a hole in coverage for Telefonica UK Limited, more commonly known as O2, to the Monton area. The location at Monton Bowling and Social Club was identified as it already hosts an existing telecommunications installation for Vodafone, which provides 2G, 3G coverage to the area. However, the existing Vodafone column is not structurally capable of hosting equipment for both Vodafone and O2 on all spectrums of the network, so a new site is required to allow both operators to provide 2G, 3G, 4G and 5G coverage. Once the new equipment is installed and integrated into the network, the existing Vodafone equipment will be removed within 6 months. Given that the existing Vodafone coverage will be upgraded, which is an established part of the operator's existing network provision, the proposed equipment needs to be as close as possible to the existing radio base station to ensure equivalent services provided for 2G, 3G and 4G coverage and capacity that the customers have become accustomed to being able to have access to whenever and wherever they are located. If there had been a sufficient space where the existing Vodafone column is located, then the replacement column would have been located there. However, due to a lack of space, it has not been possible to install the larger monopole and associated equipment cabinets that are required to support both operators' equipment on the one installation at this location. The club's car park is the only space that allows for this. The location was chosen so that it would not interfere with access to the clubhouse to the north and to parking spaces to the north of the car park. It was also kept to the eastern boundary of the car park so it could be as far as possible from the houses to the immediate west. We know that suggestions have been made that the site could be located with the industrial area to the south. The closest industrial units are located to the south of the M602, and there is an existing site on James Naismith Way that the operators are using. However, this is too far away to provide the necessary coverage to the target coverage area, hence why there is an existing installation at the bowling club, which was needed to fill the gap in coverage to this residential area within Monton. If the site was to the south, could provide the necessary coverage, then the operators would not be spending their time or money installing a replacement site at the bowling club. The radio planner extended the search area in this instance to include commercial rooftops on Monton Road to establish whether there were any more suitable sites that could be considered. However, these rooftops are all discounted due to lack of height, which would not allow a sufficient level of coverage to be provided to the target coverage area. The antennas effectively have to see over surrounding trees and buildings to ensure that sufficient coverage for two operators, O2 and Vodafone, is provided to the whole of the target coverage area for 2G, 3G, 4G and new 5G coverage. The proposed height of the column clears the tallest trees in the area, and as such concerns have been raised that the trees may have to be removed as a result of the proposal. However, the operators do not have any legal rights to prune or cut down the trees, and they have ensured that there are no trees which would prevent the signal propagation now or for the foreseeable future. The height allows for further growth to the trees without the need for pruning. The proposed installation meets the National Planning Policy Framework requirements in relation to health. An ICNIRP certificate has been submitted with the application. Therefore, health matters should not be considered further in the determination of this application, in line with paragraph 116 of the National Planning Policy Framework. In addition, the support for central government, the Greater Manchester Digital Strategy, the Greater Manchester Infrastructure Framework and the Greater Manchester Local Industrial Strategy all support the objective of Greater Manchester becoming a leading European digital city region and the development of 5G networks. The proposal will ensure that Monton is not left behind the rest of Salford, and that Salford is not left behind with the rest of Greater Manchester, and that Greater Manchester is not left behind with the rest of the UK when it comes to digital connectivity. In April 2021, the government opened the latest round of technical consultation to changes on permitted development rights, looking at how to implement the proposals consulted in August 2019. The government response to the consultation carried out in 2019, which was published in July 2020, concluded that the proposed reforms would have a positive impact on the government's ambitions for the deployment of 5G and extending mobile coverage. The latest consultation fully recognises the importance of reliable, high-quality mobile coverage, with particular regard given to the importance of digital connectivity throughout the coronavirus pandemic. It also states that increased connectivity with the UK's recovery from coronavirus, enabling the country to build back better by improving mobile coverage to benefit local communities and businesses. The consultation states the mobile industry has a vital role to play in delivering these improvements and bringing forward the infrastructure required. The Central Policy Studies published in a report in October 2020 as part of the Speed Up Britain campaign titled How the UK Can Gain the Full Benefits of the 5G Revolution. In it, former government advisors such as Alex Jackman and Nick King argue that UK's recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic is at risk without a faster 5G rollout to the tune of 41 billion. Without the infrastructure such as that which is proposed at the Monton Bowling and Social Club, the recovery from the events of the past year will no doubt be impacted. During the coronavirus pandemic, workers were asked to work from home where possible, and as we exit lockdown, Many are proposing to continue to work from home rather than return to offices. As a result, a significant amount of mobile network traffic, usually placed on high-capacity masts in town and city centres, has shifted to heavily residential areas, such as the existing mast at Munton Bowling and Social Club. This, alongside the operators' commitments to continue to grow networks and introduce 5G coverage across the UK, has resulted in more resilient masts in residential and rural areas where the infrastructure is struggling to cope with demand. The proposal will replace the existing site, which provides 2G with a new site capable of providing enhanced 2G, 3G and new 4G and 5G coverage for both Vodafone and O2. Therefore, I ask the committee to approve the application in line with the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hafiz. Thank you so much. Okay. Councillor Tete or Councillor August, who's going first? Councillor Tete. Fabulous. Councillor Tete, welcome to your first planning panel. Great to have you here. I'm extremely strict with elected members, Councillor Tete, so if you go 1 second over, I'll just turn the microphone off on you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Councillor Tete, you have 5 minutes to speak, and whenever you're ready, in your good time. Is that okay?
Yeah, good morning, panel members. We councillors, residents and members alike of the Bowling Club are very grateful today for the opportunity you've given us to speak to you today. And we're here to make our case against the development. Of course, I'm Nathaniel, a local councillor, and as you said, my first meeting. We're opposing the development of the 5G mast at the Munton Bowling Club, Munton Bowling Social Club. It stands as the very first thing on my docket. It is notable that residents who I represent are very much in favour of development generally, and certainly investment in infrastructure is one of the key things we cherish as we position ourselves to be a progressive ward. Nonetheless, with any development, applicants like Clark Communications, who I've heard just speak, I believe must endeavour to put through proposals that have consensus, or at the very least have addressed the concerns of the local residents. In my working life thus far, building consensus is certainly best practice, especially in the area of wanting to make a meaningful contribution to society, whilst certainly making a healthy profit. The points raised thus far they've spoken about the proximity to residents, the size of the mast vis-a-vis the tree line, and there are discussions around alternative sites. But I would like to sort of press on the visual impact as well. The structure is like, it's not any lamppost. It's twice the size of the surrounding houses. It's very much going to look like a significant industrial structure with lots of antennas coming off it. It will simply not blend in. It looks very much out of place and very intrusive. The suggestion that the Munton Bowling and Social Club is the best location possible to place a 5G mast is very much a stretch. It is certainly close to residential properties, and the size of the structure, 20 meters, prevents it from being covered by the existing trees in the area. The proposal will have a significant impact on the appearance of the area. In essence, the sheer size of the structure would make it very unsuitable as it's directly opposite a residential area, notwithstanding its proximity to the Ellesmere Park Conservation Area. I feel very emotional about this, apologies. Points going forward. I hope that the representations made today by the critical stakeholders, the MP Rebecca Long-Bailey, the councillors Sharmina August, and myself and residents that have already spoken, and those already made in writing, lots of people have written in, has conveyed the feeling that opposition is not merely necessarily against progress. We like progress, but one that is certainly about working with us, the stakeholders, in delivering a future to our community. The developer could certainly listen to residents in terms of their suggestions on suitable alternative sites, far from the proposed area where the 5G mast would be would be certainly out of character. Panel members, we're here today to plead with you, to listen to residents, to listen to us, as well as councillors, as we sort of speak to you. We submit our position to this proposal on the grounds stated already. The residents have spoken loud and clear. They've been very passionate. They've conveyed their messages. We appeal to you.
You have a minute left, Councillor.
We appeal to you to bring this issue to a peaceful resolution. And we thank you for listening to us today. We're very grateful for your time and your efforts. Bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tete. Thank you so much. Councillor August, I'm just going to let Luana clean the chair and the table once again, and then yourself. Thank you, Luana. Thank you. Councillor August, your 5 minutes whenever you're ready. Is that okay?
Thanks. Right. This isn't the first application to Salford Council for the installation of a 5G mast, and it won't be the last. Unfortunately, government legislation has made it easier for telecommunications companies to have planning permission granted, even against the wishes of residents and the local council. Up and down the country, applications are being granted for 5G masts against the wishes of the local community. And what we have to do here in Salford is make sure that if this new technology is being rolled out across the city, that the company looking to have them installed have done all they can to limit the impact of the installations will have on the local community. Unfortunately, the application before you has singularly failed to do that. In regards to the location and appearance, I won't repeat what Nathaniel, Nora and other residents have already said, as I agree. I will reiterate, however, that the fact that a tower is already in situ is irrelevant. The proposed tower is 20 metres high, will be well above the existing tree line, and this tree line may not be retained indefinitely. Additionally, the top of the tower will be entirely different to the existing structure. The existing structure is a monopole. It's like a lollipop in the sky. This one will spread out like a spider and have antennae coming off it. I understand that panellists can find it difficult to go against the recommendations of planning officers, and that officers insist on planning regulations stating the panel is unable to consider any other matters beyond location and appearance. However, as evidenced by a similar application on Barton Road, Worsley, which I will come on to shortly, the consideration of alternative sites is essential. The report in front of you weaves a narrative that Monton Bowling Club is the only logical choice. However, disappointingly, this is an incomplete narrative. So for some reason, further alternative sites that cast doubt on that logic and were included in the pre-application stage are no longer being shared with the panel. You can see this in the document Nora handed out, 2A. It is difficult to understand, for example, why the Partington Street car park in Monton was dismissed as a potential site and the bowling club preferred. The reason given, the proximity of houses to the car park, seems difficult to substantiate or justify, given that the bowling club has houses within the same difference. Why is this difference acceptable in the case of the bowling club, but sufficient to eliminate the car park entirely? Why also has the site of Park Drive and Monton Green been no longer existed in the report, as an existing mast is located there? Policy TEL 1.1 clearly states that the sharing of existing telecommunication sites should be considered as the first priority, sequentially preferable, as they say. This proposed mast is to be used by two different companies. However, Park Drive has been discounted as it is already used by a different provider. It doesn't make sense. What is quite plain, I think, is the fact that the company has not considered alternative sites with anything like the thoroughness required. We cannot, in good conscience, request those who live nearby to deal with a 5G tower without having conducted an exhaustive review of different locations. These alternative locations could avoid disruption and are justifiably to be considered. The company needs to conduct a much more robust overview of all potential sites with the aim of identifying a location which won't provide such a wealth of problems for both local residents and the wider community.
We have a minute left, Councillor August.
I will talk very quickly. As mentioned earlier, a similar application on Barton Road in Worsley was rejected by this council in June 2020. The appeal was also rejected by the planning inspector. The inspector notes that the proposed 20-metre monopole and cabinets would be located in a prominent position, higher than the top of the tree canopies and situated in front of the tree line, therefore being highly visible to pedestrians and road users, as well as nearby residents and people enjoying the open space. While the minimum height of the pole was recognised, the top of the pole was noted as being different to any other feature around. It was concluded that the pole would be an incongruous feature in this setting. The consideration also mentioned by the inspector agreed that the extent of the search area was unclear from the information provided by the applicant. In the absence of any other details, the inspector remained unconvinced that the proposed site was the only or best research approach. And I will skip to the point where I say this could be rejected on this application could be rejected according to policy DEV.7. Alternative sites need to be looked at thoroughly. The inspectors upheld this in the past. You should have no fear today of rejecting this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor August. Thank you. And then once Luana's cleaned the chair and the table, we have our last elected representative, Rebecca Long Bailey MP. Rebecca? No problem. I just need our office, just have a look at them. I'm sure they'll be fine. Yeah. No problem, Rebecca. Now I know it's okay to hand things out. I'm happy with that. I just didn't know what the protocol. Could we furnish the applicants with a copy? Would that be okay? Do you mind? Thanks, Councillor August. Thank you. Rebecca. It's a public document, Rebecca, so we're going to hand it out before you start.
Fantastic, thank you.
It's okay, don't worry. Okay, members. Rebecca, whenever you're ready, your 5 minutes. Is that okay?
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking today on behalf of a large number of residents and the bowling club who will be detrimented significantly by today's application. It is simply undeniable that the proposals as they stand would cause significant harm to the character and appearance of the area. This is a pleasant and dense residential setting. However, the proposed 20-high-metre mast would be staggeringly prominent and visually obtrusive over a wide area. It would tower markedly above the roofs of residential buildings and trees. Sadly, as you've heard, the application's assumed tree coverage mitigation to address this obtrusiveness is incorrect. Further, the recent felling of trees as a result of works being carried out on the linear walkway will lead to even more open views of the skyline from various vantage points across the area, and no amount of painting the mast and its vast open head frame will make it no less prominent. The proposals are therefore in contravention of the relevant identified policies and valid material considerations outlined within the National Planning Policy Framework, the Salford Unitary Development Plan, including policies DEV1, ST1 and DES7. They are also, arguably, in contravention of the Ellesmere Park Supplementary Plan, Policy 3, Views, Vistas and Focal Points, which states, New development should maximise the existence and quality of the long and short views into and out of the site to ensure visual links that connect into the wider Ellesmere Park area. The mast will be staggeringly visible from Ellesmere Park and will cause significant detriment to the quality of long and short views out of Ellesmere Park. It is no matter that the site sits outside Ellesmere Park. The policy as worded is designed to protect views far beyond it. On the issue of site selection, there is little technical information provided to justify the choice of site over other locations, and the list of sites explored appears to be minimal. It is clear that a more detailed exploration of the wider area is required. And finally, the bowling club. They are victims. They simply do not consent to this because it is clear that the mast will significantly affect the visual amenity and character of the club. It will reduce the already limited available car park spaces, and it will detriment not only club members but every single community group who relies on the use of that club. It is clear, therefore, that the harm caused by this application would be significant and the benefits of 5G coverage would not outweigh it. Now, I refer you now to the Planning Inspectorate appeal dismissal case for the removal of a 14.5 metre monopole and erection of a 20 metre monopole in Sheffield. I've provided the site location plan and beneath it a copy of the appeal decision for your perusal. As you can see, the case is virtually a carbon copy of the one before you today. The proposed mast is in a similar area. However, alarmingly, ours is an even more denser residential area. In the Sheffield case, the planning inspector states specifically, the mast would tower markedly above any other street furniture as well as over the roofs of the adjacent buildings and nearby trees. That's the case before you today. He says the mast would be highly visible over a wide area and that the visual impact would be accentuated by the open head frame. That is the case before you today. And he says, due to the scale of the mast and in its context in relation to the townscape in this location, there would be a significant adverse visual effect which would be harmful to the character and appearance of the area. That is also the case today. So if the planning inspector can dismiss the Sheffield case, which arguably actually causes less damage to the character and appearance of that area than in our case, then you should have full confidence in dismissing this case today. Thank you, Chair, for your time.
Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you so much. Okay, that's closing from submissions to the panel. Can't thank you enough for all your submissions. I'm going to open up the debate with the panel. Members, just before I do, can I just refer you to the blue sheet that's on your screens, hopefully in front of you, and that as the officer points out, that we should be taking into account within this debate the siting of the development and the appearance of the development. I'm happy to field questions within those two elements, but we are constrained to that from the law of planning. Is that okay? Is there any member wishing to speak? Councillor McCusker, and I've got Councillor Cusack. Anybody else at the moment? No. Councillor McCusker.
Hello, can you hear me okay? Yeah, yeah, it's clear there's considerable opposition to this locally, and it's obviously supported by the MP and local councillors.
Councillor McCusker?
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. Could you just bring your microphone closer to you? It's just, I'm struggling to pick up your voice.
I can hear it through the headphones, so
okay.
I'm presuming it's going out, but perhaps I need to speak louder.
You are allowed to shout at me, most members do. So
yeah,
okay.
So obviously this has got clear opposition from a large number of people who will be impacted by the poll. The applicant himself talked about the importance of 5G for recovery, economic recovery, and it's clear that there is no objections to the technology from within the local residents. Clearly, it's an issue of concern around loss of visual and amenity. I was concerned when I looked at the applicant's document in the number of sites they'd looked at, because they didn't appear to be comparing like with like. They were just saying, can we put this 20-metre monopole, or can we just shove it on the roof of the pub? you know, they're not like we'd like. Surely it's where would a similar piece of apparatus go that would have a less detrimental impact on visual amenity, not can we put it on a pub roof. It's basically putting forward things that you know you're going to reject as alternatives, so that you can then reject them and go with what you see as the cheapest option, where you've currently got infrastructure on under the car park at the Monton Bowling Club. So, yeah, I'm not convinced that there has been a serious attempt here to look at alternative sites. I feel that this proposal, as it stands, is contravening Dev 1 of our adopted Unistry Development Plan, which states that we should be looking to accept telecommunications development, providing that their impact will be acceptable with respect to visual amenity and residential amenity and appearance. And clearly this is not acceptable to residents. So I'd move that we reject it, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McCusker. Councillor Cusack, is anyone else wishing to speak at the moment? No, Councillor Cusack, over to good self.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I note that our only material grounds for refusing this are sighting and appearance. My view, Chair, is that in this case, with this design of mast, the 20-metre monopole with the open antennae at the top, the sighting is completely wrong. It's intrusive in terms of the street scene, or it will be intrusive in terms of the street scene. It's out of scale with the development around it. It will have an adverse effect on the landscape, and that is a landscape that I believe as a council we've attempted to enhance with the adjacent walkway. In terms of appearance, and I agree with Councillor McCusker's statements about not investigating alternative sites. In terms of appearance, I note the officer's comment that it is a slimline mast. However, I don't believe that we've seen any alternative designs in this case, which may in fact be more acceptable in that situation. This may be a standard mast, it may be a standard Telefonica mast. However, I don't know, and I think this panel ought to find out, whether there are other designs that might be more acceptable in this location. Without that information, I am minded to second Councillor McCusker's motion that this be refused. The only alternative I can see is that the application be deferred to give the applicant an opportunity to present us with an alternative and more acceptable design. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cusack. I will bring Mr Hodgson in on the deferment before any member seconding. I think these applications are time limited in decision. So if we don't make a decision by a certain date, then the applicant already gets planning permission. So I'll meet Mr Hodgson in.
Yes, thank you, Chair. As Chair confirmed, these prior notifications are subject to a 56-day decision period, which I think in this case ends on the 8th of June. You can get extensions of time, but that has to be with the written agreement of the applicant. I would strongly suggest, through Chair, that a decision is made at this meeting, Chair, because of that situation, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Hodgson. Councillor Cusack, is it okay to continue? Or?
No, that's fine, Chair. Thanks for the clarification. In that case, I withdraw the suggestion that we defer it, and I support Councillor McCusker's motion for refusal.
Thank you, Councillor Cusack. Councillor Garrido, anybody else wishing to speak? We've got Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Garrido.
Thank you. I've listened very carefully to what everybody has said this morning, and I agree with everything that's been said. I just want to say one thing. I always find it I love the way other people tell us what we should have in our area. And I include that the government and the council and everybody else who seems to know better than the people who actually live there. I find it truly astonishing that in this day and age, in 2021, that we cannot come up with a better way of doing this electrical equipment for our phones. And every one of us in this room will have a phone either in our bag or in our pocket. So we do use them and we do want it. But I can't believe that we cannot, in this day and age, actually say we will not have this huge industrial monolith, I can't think of any other word, sticking up into the air. That's the only way that I can get 5G on my phone. That cannot be right. And I think that the people who are dealing with phones and dealing with the Ericssons of this world and the O2s of this world need to start doing some research on how this can be achieved without spoiling everybody's life. These horrible industrial masts, as they're called, right, cause such a blight on an area. It's like, I cannot explain what it must be like to wake up in the morning, open your window curtains and see actually this sticking up 20, well, it's what, 60? Is it 60 feet into the air? Sorry, I do old money here. 60 feet up in the air. And think that that's not going to cause any problem to me and the way that I am. It's just horrific. I cannot and I will not accept anything that's going to damage this sort of thing. This will be permanent. This is not something that's going to go away once it's been sorted out. It's going to be there permanently. It's going to stick up above the trees. And it's been said, I can't believe that, you know, I'm going to go back 10 years. I went to El Alamein 10 years ago, and I'm not suggesting that this happens in Monton, but there was this very funny looking palm tree. And I thought, from a distance, it looked like a palm tree, but when I got up to it, it was metal. And I realised that it was a mast, and it was for the phones. Now, if somewhere like Egypt can actually think of some way of disguising these masts, why is that not possible in this country? And I cannot and will not accept anything that's going to affect these people's lives by the look of it. And I'm sorry, I'm totally against it.
Thank you, Councillor Guido. Thank you so much. Okay, I've got Councillor Hamilton speaking next. If there's no other member, Councillor Birch, and then I'll be moving to a vote. Is that okay? Councillor Hamilton and Councillor Birch.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm not happy that other locations have been looked into properly. I'm not satisfied with that aspect. And short and sweet, I'm not happy with the location and the appearance, so I'm against.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Birch, anybody else?
Thank you, Chair. Just like Councillor Hamilton, I want to repeat everything that's been said already. Just overall, we've heard from every single objector that none of them oppose the technology and the advancement. We're all for it. However, how is this ethical progress? How is this sustainable? How can we call it progress when so many people are going to be left upset in their mental health, and we don't even know physical health? I understand we've got a report from ICNIRP that the radiation is acceptable levels. How do we know? 5G is a new technology, and I understand there is a degree of knowledge and foresight, but there are just so many issues that we don't know that it can bring into the area. So just to support the residents, the very eloquent councillors' presentations and the outstanding presentation from our MP, I just can't not agree with those objections that and my colleagues, the locations, the look of it can definitely be different, And at this time, and you know, in our age, with all the technological advancements, surely we can find a location where it truly is a technological progress, and the community is benefiting from it, not just technologically, but also, you know, without stress, without mental health issues, without it looking, as been described before, you know, imposing and just unacceptable. So.
Thank you, Councillor Birch. Thank you so much. Members, I'm going to bring in the case officer next, just to give us a little reply about what we've been discussing and hopefully steer us a little bit. But just before I do, I've picked up the temperature of the room, but is there any member of the panel willing to move the officer's recommendation at this moment? Okay. Mr. Ketley, would you just come in,
Later.
please?
Yep.
Around the, I believe you may want to give us a little bit of a steer about the siting of the development, and obviously the appearance of the development was in our own, is in the eye of the beholder, but with the siting of the development, please.
Yes, it was just to provide a little bit more context around the siting of the development. As the applicant has indicated, the proposed mast is designed to provide upgraded and sort of replacement coverage for the existing monopole that's on the site. And as such, they've identified a requirement for any proposed mast to be sited as close to the existing mast as possible. The Council's Telecoms SPD requires that telecoms development be located in accordance with the hierarchy that's provided within that document. And this states a preference for the sharing of existing telecom sites and installations. And then the kind of second tier down from that is the use of existing buildings and structures where there is no equipment. As I say, this proposal effectively results in an upgrade of existing telecom site, and therefore it is considered to be the most sequentially preferable site in those terms. Notwithstanding that, the applicant has undertaken a further search of the area and submitted the sort of isochrone that you can see on your screen there. The kind of the yellow circle identifies their sort of optimum range to replace the coverage already provided by the existing telephone mast. The red circle that you can see there is what the applicant considers to be an acceptable level of coverage, but obviously not the optimum. I believe that the existing sort of site on the corner of Park Drive and Monton Green isn't about this position here. So it was just to kind of provide some context for you there. And obviously the Partington Street car park is this one here, but I believe that doesn't have a mast within it, so it's less sequentially preferable. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ketley. Thank you, Mr. Ketley. Okay, Councillor McCusker, you've heard the reply from the officer to a number of things from the discussion. Does your resolution still stand? And could you just elaborate more on your resolution? Also taking into context the fact that the officer just pointed out to us that the weight given to its actual location might be quite weak in the eyes of any future inspector, given that it would be considered as already in location. So it's hold on one second, Mr. Ketley. Could you just give me the actual saying of what it is? It's not. Is it a relocation within?
It's an upgrade of an existing site.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. In response to that, it's a completely different beast. As Councillor August was saying during her presentation, this isn't a monopole. This is something that's 5 metres higher with a completely different appearance because of the antenna at the top of it. So this isn't a replacement like for like. It's a wholly different beast, and I think that our policy Dev 1 clearly says that we should be looking to approve telecoms development, providing the impact will be acceptable with respect to visual amenity and residential amenity. Now, the existing monopole has been accepted by local people, but this is something that is unacceptable to the visual amenity and residential amenity of local people, and therefore my original proposal stands.
Thank you, Councillor McCusker. And Councillor Cusack, do you still second such?
Yes, Chair. I believe firmly that not only the siting is a problem, the design is unacceptable in this area, and I don't believe that alternative designs have been sufficiently investigated or presented to this panel. I also do believe that globally there are alternative designs for 5G masts which would be more acceptable in this location if they had been submitted. So I have no reservation whatsoever in seconding Councillor McCusker's motion.
Thank you, Councillor Cusack. Okay, Mr. Ketley, I understand the resolution to be that it's been moved and seconded for refusal based on the grounds of Dev 1, the impact of visual amenity and residential amenity, and that the design of the current design is unacceptable and that alternatives should be explored. Members, I'm not going to go to the vote now because as in the Constitution, if we are going to go against the officer's recommendation, I do need to bring in the Assistant Director for Planning to tell us the impact they may have. Councillor McCusker, did I miss something out there?
I'm not sure I made it clear, but I feel it also contravenes DES 7 as well of the Salford Unitary Development Plan, which is talks of, amenity of users and neighbours.
And on top of that resolution is DES 7. It's detrimental to the amenity of users and neighbours. Thank you. Mr. Hodgson, over to your good self to inform the panel of the impact any decision may have.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, members have listened obviously to debate and listened to local residents, ward members and local MP. And there are obviously some quite compelling arguments and points of fact that have been delivered in that presentation. As we've heard, residents obviously are not opposed to obviously improvements in technology in that area has been illustrated. And I think you've heard through officers, Chair, that there are a degree of compliance with our policies, both at a national level and a local level, in terms of looking at the hierarchy of how we try to assimilate telecom development within an urban area in particular, which obviously can clearly be challenging in terms of finding the most suitable sites. But as has been alluded by panel, that some of the key considerations around that are to do with visual impact, residential impact, matters around whether alternative sites have been fully explored and have been, I suppose, robustly assessed to determine whether this is the most optimum position for this apparatus that obviously delivers the needs of the potential customers of the operator, but equally and importantly consider the environmental and other impacts in terms of the location. So, Chair, I think it's perfectly within the gift of panel, as it has described, that they still have concerns, despite hearing officers about the policy context around matters of visual amenity and residential amenity. In terms of what has been delivered this morning, I would just urge a degree of caution around how members have heard and considered some of the appeal decisions that have been mentioned this morning. I think the one in Worsley was obviously on the street, so arguably, they're not, all these things are not carbon copies. I think that was a phrase may have been used. Because obviously on a street side, arguably the impact can be greater because it's obviously, you can see the whole apparatus from the cabinets all the way up to the top of the head frame. But what is probably good to take from some of those decisions are the sentiments of what the inspector was looking at in those cases, because we were looking at 20-metre mass. So I just urge a degree of caution in members' minds in terms of how much weight they should give to that. But all that said, Chairman, I think that obviously clearly members have properly articulated and understood the policy, and I think it's raised a genuine concern about the impact, Chair, which obviously clearly can be supported if the applicant chose to appeal, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hodgson. Thank you so much. On hearing that, Councillor McCusker, Councillor Cusack, does your resolution still stand? Okay, thank you. So Members, it's been moved and seconded for refusal on the impact of visual amenity, residential amenity, and the design being unacceptable, wrapped through DES 1 of our development plan, and DES 7 of the that it's detrimental to the amenity of users and neighbours. Councillor Birch, I'm going to the vote. So,
Thank you, Chair. Just to add the detrimental effect to the character as well, because there is no word character, sorry. But
you're absolutely right, Councillor Birch. I did write down the word character earlier from one of the speakers, so thank you. Okay, that's detrimental to the character of the area too. Is that okay? All in favour of the refusal, please show. Okay, Miss Edwards, I think that's a unanimous vote. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the application has been refused. Thank you so much. Mr. Williams, would you be able to pause the live stream, ready for the next session? Members of the public, thank you so much for your attendance today. And it's, I'm very sorry it's a long, drawn-out process. I would have things, but we're in this world of a pandemic, and thank you so much for all your patience. Good morning and welcome to Salford City Council Planning Panel. My name is Councillor Ray Mashton, I'm Chair of Salford Planning Panel. Given the pandemic, only elected members need to be physically present in meetings to make decisions, and so officers of the Council can join meetings remotely. The planning officers present items on this agenda, giving advice to the panel and presenting to the panel remotely. Is that okay? This meeting is being streamed live, and if you do intend to film, photograph the proceedings, my only ask is that you do not stop other members of the public being able to see, hear or speak freely throughout the proceedings. That's all I ask. And lastly, my further request is that you adhere to the COVID safe protocol that this room is under. Following that, I'll just read out the order of business. First, the officers will present to the panel. Second, any objectors registered to speak will be invited to speak. Third, any registered applicants or applicants' agents will be invited to speak. Fourth, any registered ward councillors will be invited to speak. I'll be allowing 10 minutes for both sides, so if there's one speaker, it's 10 minutes. If there's two, please divide again, and if there's three, please divide again. Ward councillors will get 5 minutes each. I'll close from your good selves and open up the debate with the panel. During that time, it will be material planning grounds that will be discussed against the aims of the city councils and the local and government national planning policies. Finally, a decision will be made on material planning grounds. If there's a motion contrary to officer recommendation, then before any vote is taken, a senior officer, which is Mr. Martin Hodgson, who is the Assistant Director for Planning, will be asked to advise the panel of the merits of that motion. There will be a vote. We will all vote at the same time. In case of a tie, either chair will have a further casting vote to determine the application. I do hope that's clear. Ladies and gentlemen, decisions will be made today. Those decisions may or may not please everybody, but I'd like to think that throughout the whole of the proceedings that you feel had a fair and equal hearing. Thank you. Okay, members, the item we are now hearing is 4B of our agenda, which is the plot of land to the rear of 40 to 48 Peel Green Road. It's pages 27 to 52, and it's on your amendment sheet, page 2. Mr. Ketley is the presenting officer. Mr. Ketley, can I hear your good self?
Hello, Chair, can you hear me?
I can just about hear you, Mr. Ketley. Could you go forward one slide and back one slide just to make sure that's working? Fabulous. Over to your good self, Mr. Ketley. You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is an application for 8 dwellings on the former Rock House pub bowling green. This is the former bowling green site, accessed off Edison Road in Eccles by what is currently the Rock House pub car park. You can see residential properties bound the site on 3 sides. This is Peel Green Road, which is a kind of a key route through the area. This is an aerial view looking north. The site is located within the Barton upon Irwell Conservation Area. The closest heritage asset is the Rock House pub itself, which is locally listed. These images show the pub car park access. This is the pub and the former bowling green, which reportedly hasn't been maintained as a bowling green for over a decade. The former pavilion can be seen in the right-hand image here. The planning application includes an assessment of existing bowling green provision in Eccles, which reveals there is a decreasing demand for such facilities. There remains a surplus capacity at bowling clubs and greens elsewhere in the area, and other greens are generally in a good condition. Officers are satisfied that it's been demonstrated by the applicant that the site is surplus to requirements for use as a bowling green, but as the space could be put to an alternative recreational use, the applicant has agreed to provide a £150,000 contribution to compensate for the loss of this recreational space. These monies will be used to fund open space improvements in the area at Patrick Croft Recreational Ground. The scale of this contribution has been calculated using the latest facility costs to provide a bowling green as provided by Sport England. This is the location plan for the site. The car park to the Rock House will continue to function as the pub's car park, this area here. This is the proposed layout for the housing development. Two terraces and a pair of semi-detached properties would be arranged in an L shape around a central access road. Each plot would benefit from its own private rear garden and 11 parking spaces would be provided. No residential amenity concerns or highway concerns have been raised by officers. These are the elevations for the dwellings themselves. First, the semi-detached properties, and now the terraced houses. There are 6 3-bed units measuring 90 square metres in size and 2 4-bed dwellings that provide 110 square metres of accommodation. The houses are set well away from the public street scene, but are considered to be appropriately designed in any event, having regard to their position within the conservation area. We have received 14 objections and 2 letters of support in response to the application. A petition of 425 signatures has also been received, which expresses opposition to the redevelopment of the former bowling green. The principal concerns raised by residents summarised on pages 31 and 32 of your agenda packs. Less than substantial harm to the character of the conservation area has been identified. However, this will be outweighed by the public benefits associated with the development, which include the provision of new family housing. You'll see from your amendment sheets that an additional condition has been recommended in relation to the design and delivery of the site access. Overall, the application will be recommended for approval, subject to the schedule of conditions listed within the report and the signing of a Section 106 agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Getley. Thank you so much. I do believe I have one objector present in the room, which is Mr. Mackenzie. Mr. Mackenzie, would you like to come forward and speak? Mr. Mackenzie, if you press one of the silver buttons on the microphone, it should switch it on for your good self. There we go. Mr. Mackenzie, do you need 10 minutes or is 5 minutes suffice?
I think 5 minutes should be sufficient. As
No problem. We'll take it easy. I'll give you a shout at 4 minutes, and if you run over 5, we'll live with that. Mr. Mackenzie, if you could tell us where you reside, it just helps with context of your submission to the panel for the members to understand.
Okay. So I reside at number 21 Ashridge Drive, which is directly adjacent to the bowling green on the north side.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Mackenzie. Mr. Mackenzie, your 5 minutes or a bit more, whichever you need. Is that okay? Over to your good self.
So firstly, I wanted to start with a little bit of history on the previous applications. So back in 2014 was the original application for 8 houses, which is similar to this one, albeit a different design. That application was refused, and I'm going to refer to some of the reasons that refusal didn't go through, because I feel that they're still relevant. So insufficient information has been submitted to clearly demonstrate that the bowling green is surplus to recreational requirements and no replacement recreational provision has been offered. So although it's just been said and agreed that it's not probably required as a bowling green, there's still no replacement recreational provision that's been offered, and the agreement to pay £150,000 as a clause to get by that is fine, although that has nothing to do with this particular site and nothing to do with this particular amendment. The proposed development, by virtue of the gable elevation in close proximity to the private garden at number 20 Ashford Avenue, would have an, quote, unacceptable overbearing impact on the amenity enjoyed by residents at 20 Ashford. So on the new design, there's a gable window which is just 3.5 metres from the common boundary of 20 Ashford Avenue, and therefore a condition needs to be attached to ensure that that window will be fitted with obscure glazing. That does not affect, however, the fact that the building is still so close to the residents at that dwelling. The current residents have only been in this house for about 3 years, so well after the original application was refused, and during a time where the bowling green was still being used, not as a bowling green, but for other recreational uses, which were very well attended on all counts. They state to me that they can't be here today, but although they do state to me that if there was houses at the back of there when they first moved in, they would not have moved into that. And as the previous application had been refused, they assumed there would nothing be built on there in the future. The proposed development, by virtue of the first floor habitable room windows that would overlook the private garden area at number 21 Ashridge Drive, would have an unacceptable impact on the privacy enjoyed by residents at 21 Ashridge. Now, although the design is slightly different, it's still exactly the same in terms of that habitable room window is actually the master bedroom window that faces, overlooks directly onto the bowling green. So regardless of how far away the houses are, it'll be in direct view, and will obviously impact the privacy of the people in that house. It's also right down the side of the house is what overlooks the bowling green, an area which is like the main patio area of the house, which is used for relaxation, obviously when weather permits. Again, they would be in full view of the people of those, especially the initial houses on the new development. Furthermore, the access to the development comes from the car park at the north side of the car park, which is immediately behind the bordering fence behind this house and it's actually my house, and the bowling green. So you've got the patio, you've got the fence, and then immediately behind there is the access road to the proposed development. Again, obviously impacting privacy. The applicant has failed to demonstrate the proposed loss of the bowling green would not have an unacceptable impact upon the significance, the character and the appearance and setting of the Barton-upon-Irwell Conservation Area. The 2014 design was listed as inspired by local conservation area, and I mean the design of the actual houses themselves. I've got that document here with me today back from 2014. And yet that application was still refused on grounds of it not fitting in with the conservation area. It's also claimed in the current design that they are in fitting with the conservation area. So 2014 was refused on the same grounds. What's different on this design? I can't see anything. So that covers a few of the reasons why the 2014 application was refusal. So a little bit more on the history. That proposal for 8 houses, the application was refused. Then back in 2019, there was a proposal for 30 apartments on the same small plot of land. That application was actually withdrawn.
Mr Mackenzie, you've had 5 minutes, so I'll give you a shout at 9, so please you carry on.
No problem, thank you. And then in 2020, in the current application, originally for 6 houses, it's been redesigned, I believe, after consultation with the council, and it's now into 8 houses. Despite the different applications, despite the different designs, despite the time span, there is still a lot of energy from the residents around there and from the local residents to be able to object to this proposal. On previous applications, we've had public meetings and get-togethers. This wasn't possible on this occasion due to COVID restrictions, but we still managed to rally around and put so many objections to and put so many signatures onto the petition. So why is that? We see it as the land as an asset to them. We only stopped the application for an asset at community value because the events that have been organised on there were primarily organised by the previous landlord of the pub. And as we are not a certified club as such, with bona fide members, then that criteria wasn't met in the application for that. There are lots of practical reasons, as documented in the report that you've got in front of you, summarised in the objections. For example, the parking. And incidentally, it states in the report that these 16 spaces will remain on the car park of the Rock. You wouldn't get 16 spaces on there right now, and that's even before there's access to this development. There's no chance of putting 16 spaces on that car park, especially seeing as one of them has just been taken away with the introduction of the Amazon delivery hub, which was installed only last week. Edison Road gets heavily congested as it is when the pub's busy, now that it's reopened, and the design has 1 parking space per household and 3 additional visitors. These are 3 and 4 bedroomed houses. How many 3 and 4 bedroom houses these days only have 1 car? Not many. So there is bound to be congestion on parking. The bowling green was added to the conservation area for a reason back in 2007. It wasn't on the original one, but it was added because of the link to the public house, albeit the previous public house many, many years ago, but it was felt important enough to include it in the conservation area. That obviously still stands. So, in summary, we all understand the need for the housing, but surely there's no need to take away part of a historical conservation area, which is about to have big money spent on it by the looks of it, by the way, with the introduction of the continuation of the towpath over Barton Bridge. So to add just 8 houses on such a valuable plot of land means a lot to a lot of people. Doesn't really make a blind bit of difference to the housing situation in the area. And that's all I want to say.
Thank you, Mr. Mackenzie. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Heppel, we're just waiting for Kelly just to clean the seats and the table, and then I don't believe I have any other objectors in the room, do I? And there's only one applicant. Is that right? That's great. Mr. Heppel, really good self. Councillor Moore, just because I can't see you, I haven't forgotten you. Is that okay? Mr. Heppel, in the end, I allocated Mr. Mackenzie 10 minutes, so you have 10 minutes to speak. Is that okay?
Thank you. I hope I won't need that time, but thank you. Chair and panel members, thank you for inviting me to speak this morning. I'm speaking on behalf of Punch Pubs, who are the applicants for this planning application. We did circulate a flyer via email to all members, so I hope that was received and I hope that was helpful to you. The flyer highlights the benefits of the development and also highlights the investment that Punch have made in the pub recently. There has been a substantial refurbishment to the pub in October 2019 at a cost of £480,000. This investment has allowed Punch to provide a newly refurbished outdoor area, invest in a new dining room and function room for the community, and introduce a food offer with a range of popular events throughout the week. So Punch regard this as an important pub in their estate. They are investing in it and they do see a very strong future for it. So the pub is not impacted by these proposals. As you've heard from your officers, the site at the rear last functioned as a bowling green over 15 years ago and has since lain largely dormant, and the photos you've seen this morning, I think, highlight that. We reviewed the council's data on bowling greens in the area, which, as you've heard, confirms there is a surplus of bowling greens and reduced demand for them, indicating there is no prospect of this bowling green being brought back into use again. We've evaluated other potential recreation uses, but have had to rule them out due to potential noise disturbance to adjoining houses which are very close, and because the smallish size of the plot, which essentially is a postage stamp in terms of recreation provision, renders any other recreation use unviable. Officers have confirmed that the site is surplus to open space requirements. Therefore, in accordance with the Council's adopted guidelines, Punch has agreed to make an open space contribution of £150,000 in accordance with Sport England's current tariff for bowling greens. Although the contribution is calculated according to bowling green tariffs, it can actually be used for any form of open space in the area, and I believe your officer report identifies that it would be used for enhancements to Patrick Park. So we believe the contribution has the potential to make a significant contribution to improving recreational facilities in the local area, far more than could be achieved on this site. The contribution will be secured through a Section 106 agreement, and one has already been drawn up and agreed between the council and Punch's lawyers and is ready to sign. In heritage terms, the former Bowling Green has been assessed as having low to neutral significance. Punch has worked extensively with the council's officers to devise a scheme of family housing which complements the conservation area and the setting of the Rock House itself, which is a local heritage asset. And furthermore, by proposing family housing, the scheme is in compliance with your adopted policy, which requires that most new residential developments be in the form of houses rather than flats. The officer's report confirms that the proposals have the support of your conservation officer, subject to the provision of a piece of public art on the site, which is set out in your suggested conditions in your report, which would memorialise the former Bowling Green for future generations. I'm pleased that the scheme satisfies all the other council's technical consultees. It has been carefully designed to avoid overlooking or overshadowing of adjoining houses. Picking up on the concerns of the objectors that you've just heard, we have studied the 2014 and 2019 applications very closely. This is a completely new scheme, but we have looked closely at the concerns with the 2014 application, and the scheme is now further from the boundaries with adjoining neighbours, and windows have been carefully positioned and separation distance is provided to ensure there won't be any overlooking or overshadowing, and we believe your officer's report confirms that. The 2019 application that was eventually withdrawn was for a much larger scheme of apartments, and our scheme bears no relation to that. In terms, finally, of pub parking, the scheme does show how 16 pub parking spaces can be provided on the site, and the highway engineer has confirmed that is feasible, and the parking for the residential houses complies with your adopted standards. So in conclusion, I trust that members will support the officer's recommendation and grant approval for this planning application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hebble. Thank you so much. Councillor Moore, I'll just let Helen just wipe that table down in the chair, and then we'll get you there. Is that okay? Councillor Moore. It's not like you to be shy, Councillor Mullen.
Thank you, Chair.
No problem, Councillor Mullen. It's great to have you. Councillor Mullen, whenever you're ready, it's your 5 minutes. So.
Yeah, just before I start, is it possible that we could get a plan of the site back up?
Of course.
Not bothering which one, because I wish to point out to a supplementary piece of land, which I believe will be relevant to what I'm going to be saying, so I don't know if that's possible.
You tell us when. Carry on, Mr. Ketley. Is it that site, Councillor Moore, or is it that slide?
Oh, wait, well, right, okay, just checking where we are, so...
1 second, Mr. Ketley.
Trying to figure out where we are, okay. Yeah, okay, so what I'll be talking about is this piece of land here, which is off Dixon Avenue.
Okay. Wait, okay.
Just to put a bit of context on, so I'll start now. Okay, so members of the panel, thank you for giving me your time today.
Oh, Councillor Mullen, I do apologise. I've just turned off your microphone on you. I do apologise. I was trying to turn off my microphone and I turned off your microphone, so I do apologise. You start again.
I hope you're not keeping the clock on me now.
You're having time deleted right now as this is going up. Do apologise, I really do. Whenever you...
Thank you. Members of the panel, thank you for giving me your time today. You have the report before you. I'm going to be critical of it. I believe it is littered with factual errors. I'm going to be polite with that. This site is of historic interest. The document before you does not fully explain that, nor has any real resource been put into it. And that's a shame, but it sets a context. It has been, you know, with the residents since the 1800s, and then since 2006, it's been in use for community events, such as charity events, festival, football, fundraising, children's days, car boots, garden parties. The applicant says it's not been used since 2006. Factually incorrect. John Wooderson can give you the history of licensed event on that site, and that is where the community became really attached to this piece of land. And it's quite ironic, actually, that last night the Manchester News showed a picture of an event that never happened there. So, believe you me, that is indeed a piece of used land. The dereliction currently is entirely the applicant's fault, as they closed off all access when they redeveloped the pub, and they made sure that the refurbished pub had no access to that land, so therefore it was detached purposely for the purposes of sale. That's as clear as a strategy as you can get. They also had a duty of care during that period of time to maintain the land, which they never bothered to do. They let it overgrown with the hope, I guess, that people would start being angry about it. I'm now going to go on to the bowling green. Again, there are a number of inaccuracies. The identification of bowling green supply was at the applicant's assessment, and it was undertaken on the basis of the Eccles neighbourhood area. It states that the Monton Bowling Green, Bowden Lodge, Eccles Rec, Patrickcroft Rec, Winton Social, Winton Recreation, Patrickcroft WMC, Rock House and Henleys. Well, let's actually go through that list, because in fact Patrickcroft Recreation Ground, which I'm going to come back to later, is actually already been given a lease to Park Widden Football Club. So one of them is used as an under-8 football pitch. The other one has been sold as a land swap for housing. So yeah, that's not bowling greens at all. So they are gone. Patrickcroft WMC, gone. The Rock House, well, we accept that it's gone. And Henley's, gone. It's been built over. So out of your list of 8, there's actually 4 that list. But I'm going to accept that, unfortunately, that bowling is going extinct. That's just the way that it is. I'll accept that. I'm going to move on. But if we then go on, we go on to policy GS17, the Salford Green Place Strategy, surplus facilities. And it states that a recreation facility or other green space should only be deemed surplus if it can be clearly demonstrated there is no other use for it. Okay, so it should be used to meet a shortfall in the provision of another type of recreation facility or green space within the local area or more strategic facilities. Okay, so let's look into that. So we talked about allotments. They've gone and straight away dismissed the allotments, and the reason that they dismissed the allotment is they say that in summary there's not enough room for the container and some toilets. Well, I'm going to argue with that, in that plot of land, which I referred to earlier, was part of a land swap when they did the deal for the sale of the other bowling green. So in fact there is room for the container, and like all other allotments in there, you could have a composting toilet. So I do not believe that the idea of an allotment on that site is unviable. I believe it's not been examined properly, and I ask the members to consider that as a possible grounds for review of this. Thank you. I'll move on quickly because I am going to go on to say there are other viable options. I sent members a list of links, all of which attract fundings. Community gardens, community orchards, micro farms, safe scout camp, garden sanctuary, outdoor learning hub for schools, energy production, partnerships are possible with Incredible Edible, Catch-22, Community Land Advisory Service. So I would say GS17 is nowhere near satisfied. in any way, because you've just looked at allotments and dismissed them. We talked about fail AVC. I'm disappointed the way I was treated by officers. It took them 4 months to tell us that we were not a constituted group. And that was really unfair, because I would like, again, an opportunity to reform that AVC and come back on that one. And finally, I'm just going to say, the use of the funds, 150k. You can't buy a plot of land anywhere in Barton that would match that. They say they're going to spend it on Patricroft Rec. I know Patricroft Rec. There is no possible enhancements that you can do. It's already got a children's park, a mugger, it's got active football pitches, all which are maintained. What on earth are you going to build on there? So I say, again, that is not an acceptable use of the funds, and therefore it needs a further review. So with that, in summary, I'm going to say, if you cannot find in your heart to refuse on GS17, then I would ask you to defer the application for 6 months for us to explore fully the AVC and other options. Thank you for your time today, members.
Thank you, Councillor Mullin. Thank you so much. Okay, I have no one else registered to speak this morning. Oh, if it's still the morning. Yes, it's just still the morning, members. Okay, I'll open up the debate, members. Can I just bring members' attention to the site history of what was determined in 2014 and just familiarise yourselves with what needed to be overcome from that period of time when that refusal stood. Is that okay in design terms? It does have a material weight to us. Is that okay? Anyone wishing to speak? Councillor Garrido, anyone else? Councillor Garrido, Councillor Hamilton, and Councillor Dickman. Councillor Garrido.
Thank you. I've listened very carefully to what has been said with the gentleman whose houses are going to be overlooked, and also from the people who want to develop it Punch. And I've listened very carefully to what Councillor Mullin has said, and I'm swayed by Councillor Mullin. I've always wanted to have an allotment in my area, or an orchard or something like that, because I think that's the way we're going to have to go with the climate that we've got at the moment. I don't know how we go about actually, whether we can actually adjourn it for 6 months for this to be looked into on the GMS 17. I'm not sure whether that's feasible, or whether we would have to either defer this this morning. But I do feel that we need to be looking at an alternative, and I accept that we need houses, and I accept that people want homes, but I do feel that this bowling green, which I understand is in a conservation area, needs to be looked at in a different way than just being houses. So I'm in everybody else's hands, because I really don't know whether it's a deferment or whether it's actually we defer this for 6 months, whether we can do that or not. So I'd like to have that explored. And also I have to agree that Patricroft Park, where this 150k is going, that's not in Barton, and I just don't understand why, if the people of Barton are going to be penalised for not having this area, that this is not in that area. And I'm not sure about boundary changes now, whether it actually comes in or not, but I do feel that we should be exploring that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Graham. Yeah, I'm all ears, Councillor Graham, because, you know, that's why I was pointing you to page 30. You know, I see the design merits of the application. It's quite well laid out on site as a principle of layout and design. It's okay. But my worry is I'm not 100% satisfied at this moment in time that this site is actually surplus to requirements. And so if I can get more about that, and that might need a deferment. I don't think it's within our gift to say how long a time it would be deferred for. We would be giving the challenge to the officers as well as the applicants to find a rationale to overcome our hurdle of if we feel it really is surplus to requirements. So, Councillor, did you want to come back in? Sorry.
I was just going to say that I think it is, I think that will be fine, and I'd like to move a deferment at this moment to actually make sure that this site is looked into, because like you, I don't think it's surplus to requirement.
Oh gosh, there we go. If buttons here and there, it's like being in a submarine with too many levers. No, I completely hear what you're saying. I mean, I just want the surplus to requirement to be absolutely exhausted before we make any decision. As I say, I see the merits of the design of the application. There's, it could easily have come, and we've seen applications only a number of months ago where the sites are being exhausted for space, and I don't believe this is the case in this way. But the principle for me to need to get over here is this genuinely surplus to requirements, this site? And I don't think I have the confidence of what I've heard today as yet to take that decision. I've got Councillor Dickman and Councillor Hamilton. Did you have your hand up? I do apologise, Councillor Hamilton. I'm a bit dyslexic from time to time, so I write down the wrong name. So.
I agree with Karen at Councillor Greedo. I'll second the deferment, and I'm not happy with the money going to, I'm not familiar with it, but Patrickhoff Park. It sounds like it's got all the amenities. We've got plenty of other spaces in Barton that could really do with the money investing back in Barton. You know, I understand we have priorities of things that need funding, and I think sometimes things are a bit nearer home of where the money's coming from, a bit too far away from home. Thanks, Chair.
No, you know, from the report, I understand that the contribution is actually, you know, it's something that Sport England have defined, and it meets their formula, so it's a nationally recognised formula, and I do welcome that. But again, for me, is this site as a principle really surplus to requirements? And you know, so you know, it's in planning balance. I just need to be comfortable of that before I ever go forward myself. I've got Councillor Dickman and I've got Councillor Tresidden. Councillor Dickman.
Thanks, Chair. I totally agree in terms of the site. I don't think it's has been exhausted the use of the site, and I think it's disappointing to see that looks like it's been closed off from the public for so long, to make it look into the to go into the condition that it's in at the moment. It's not been able to be used by the public for some time. But I just wanted a bit of clarification from officers on a couple of other things in terms of the car parking spaces. So it says that the pub car park would be changed into, it would have 16 spaces allocated, and 11 of those would be residential car parking spaces, which I think is, I think for the amount of houses that there are, it's not enough. I think with most houses, you'd be looking at probably two cars per house anyway. And then if people are using the pub car park, that's overspill's going to go just onto Edison Road. And the other thing was just in terms of bin collection as well. It says in the report about that the bins would be collected from Edison Road. So you'd have all the houses having to transfer all the bins down to Edison Road to be collected from there, which most days it's 2, sometimes 3 bins for all these properties. I think it's just going to be a bit of a mess having to have all these properties having there. I think if there was going to be a development there, I think it's overdevelopment for the space of it. I think there's too many houses trying to be pushed into what even they say is a postage stamp of a site. I think there's too many properties trying to be pushed into such a small space. That's why there's not enough car park spaces. That's why the bin collection's doesn't really work for me. But I think initially, I think the site as well needs to be looked into what can be used as a site anyway.
Thanks, Councillor Dickman. I really do enjoy a good debate. It's very good stuff. I will bring you in, Councillor Cusack, and I do have you, Councillor Tresidden. Mr. Ketley, could you just go back to your back screen? And I think Councillor Dickman was asking a few questions in there. Did you catch Councillor Dickman clearly? We will come back to the deferral and motion, etc. Is that okay? We're not ignoring you, Councillor Greedo, Councillor Hamilton. Is that okay?
Yeah, hi Chair. So the points that I picked up from Councillor Dickman there are level of car parking, I suppose, associated with both the pub and the car park, and the kind of refuse collection arrangements for the properties. Just in terms of the kind of level of car parking, I believe that it's 16 parking spaces that are set to remain for the pub, and an additional 11 that will be associated with the houses. Obviously, the site is considered to be in a sustainable location, close to kind of the Peel Green Road amenities, and bus stops along that road as well. So I believe Highways considered that 11 spaces are sufficient. I perhaps passed to my colleague Steve Ho on the waste and sort of collection arrangements, although I believe the LHA is satisfied with those arrangements.
Mr. Catley, is the waste collection arrangements, are they policy compliant?
They're compliant in so far as they've been assessed, and it's deemed that sufficient sort of space is being provided to accommodate those bins, and highways officers are satisfied that there won't be any highway sort of operational safety concerns. But again, I'd perhaps defer to colleague Steve Ho to confirm that.
And that waste collection submission has been assessed by the Environment Department.
Again, I'd kind of defer that to my colleague Steve Ho. There is condition 11 on the permission, which says that the design of the bin shelter is to be approved. For further details, perhaps speak with Steve Ho.
Mr. Ho, would you tell us who you are, please, just for everybody watching us?
I'm Steve Ho. I'm the highway officer for this planning application. And James, could you flick onto the site drawing, please? Okay. As you can see there, for the houses, there's 11 parking spaces has been provided, and based on census data, only 9 parking spaces is required. So this is kind of like providing slightly above the required parking spaces for the local area. So that's, and also, is it compliance to our UDP? Yes, it is. So that's how I came to conclusion that the parking would be sufficient. And then in terms of the bin storage area, if you look at the site plan where the access is, you got that small green bins along the northern section of the yes, that section there. This isn't the latest layout. The newest layouts, that section of hard standing area is actually wider, because that's on bin collection days. The bins will be placed on there, so that acts as like a dedicated temporary storage area for bin collection day. So basically, none of the bins will be dragged onto the actually adopted highway on Edison Road. So, and then in terms of our environmental colleagues, they advise that that would be acceptable as well, because they wouldn't enter the sites. However, they would be accepting having the bins stored within the curtilage of the red edge boundary.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ho. Thank you so much. Okay. I'm going to move forward, Councillor Dickman. You've got your answers, but I think there's a motion in the room at the moment, though, so I need to see that through. Councillor Treseden. And then I've got Councillor Cusack. Councillor Tristan.
Yeah, thank you. 2 things jumped out at me from the thing. The first was the bin collection that Councillor Dickman's already raised. That's a bit unusual to me. The other is to challenge the notion that bowling is on its way out. Sports do wax and wane in popularity, and once you lose those facilities, it's very difficult to get them back. So bowling could experience a resurgence, in which case we could find we've got no bowling greens left to play on. So it's just one thing to consider.
Thanks, Councillor President. Yeah, my understanding is that we do need to satisfy ourselves that the bowling green is actually surplus to requirements before we start adding on to policy. So, you can't hear me?
Sorry, we can hear you. I couldn't hear anything
Councillor
that
President.
Councillor Chesden said, sorry.
Councillor President, I can't have a member of the panel not hearing the rest of the proceedings, so could you just repeat verbatim what you just said, please? Okay.
I'll sit closer to the mic. So my concerns, aside from the bin collection that Councillor Dimmon's already raised, was that the popularity of sports can come and go and it can rise and fall. I've seen the same with sports that I've played in the past. So as much as bowling might be on its way out at the moment, you never know when there's going to be a sudden resurgence in Crown Green bowling and all of a sudden it becomes very popular and you've got no facilities left. So I think we should consider that in terms of keeping some bowling greens open as available space for that.
Thank you, Councillor President. Yes, we do need to satisfy ourselves, I believe, that the bowling green is actually surplus to requirements before we proceed with the rest of the policies that we need to take into effect. I kind of feel it's a bit like looking at this application when we get an outline and we're just having a look at access. And first of all, we need to get over that first hurdle. Councillor Cusack.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a few questions for the officers in terms of clarification. First of all, I believe we have a draft local plan. I don't know what the draft local plan says about this site and this area. It isn't clear from the report what it does, and I don't know, in fact, whether the draft local plan has any weight in this matter. So if I can be advised on whether it has any weight and what it says. Secondly, I'd like some advice on the ability of the local authority to enforce any other use on this site. Otherwise, it seems to me we have only two alternatives, and that is development of the site in a manner that the owner sees fit and wants to submit an application for, or alternatively it remaining derelict. So I'd like some advice on the ability of the local authority to influence that. And thirdly, if we do go down the route of refusal, and I'm sure we'll get this advice later from the officers, but I'd like to emphasise my requirement for it, is what do we think the likelihood is of an appeal against a refusal being successful or not? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cusack. Councillor Cusack, I'll bring in Mr. Shuttleworth. Mr. Shuttleworth, are you there? Would you tell us who you are for the weight we should give to the draft local plan on this policy at the moment?
Certainly, Chair. Hello, I'm James Shuttleworth. I'm the head of planning responsible for development of planning policy. Councillor Cusack correctly points out that we are progressing a replacement local plan. I'll try and point out as unconfusing as possible. The local plan is split in two. So the part one we are progressing addresses development management policies and designations and doesn't have specific site allocations at this stage, so it doesn't cover this side. However, there are policies emerging that would cover loss of recreation facilities. These policies are very similar in nature to the existing policy in the UDP in terms of the criteria to be considered. I think at this stage, I would give limited weight to the emerging policies, but perhaps recognise that the actual implication is very similar in terms of the process to those that are in the existing UDP.
Thank you, Mr. Shuttleworth.
I hope that's clear.
On the second one, Councillor Cusack, yeah, the options of the site, that's why I'd really like to exhaust that this is actually surplus to requirements before we get to see what options could be on the future with any decisions we make. And because we don't have a motion of any refusal, I really wouldn't want to ask the members of the officer team to give us an indication of any appeal. I'd like to be for us, if there is a motion on the table, my personal opinion is I'd like to see us entirely exhaust the situation that this is surplus to requirements before we move forward. I've already acknowledged that the £150,000 106 agreement is national standard. It meets the level, and Councillor Dickering and myself have different viewpoints about the layout and the space that's been afforded to each of the dwellings. But I really would like to have a proper, robust report on our table of exhaust that this site is surplus to requirements. Councillor McCusker.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I agree with you. I think this is a well-designed site, given the space. I find it an attractive development. However, as you say, it's about whether or not this land is surplus. And I think the two key things there. As Councillor Mullins pointed out, there are a multitude of potential uses for that plot of land. We've had 450 local people who obviously feel strongly about it. But I think a key thing in supporting the deferral would be, you know, in order for any of the potential uses that Councillor Mullins put out, you need a community that's prepared to look in and get involved, not just say, you know, we would like some alternative use, but we're not prepared to do anything about it. So I think giving a deferral gives an opportunity for local people to get together to decide what they want to do and demonstrate that, you know, there are viable alternative uses to this that will be acceptable to local people. But in terms of the design, I like the design.
Thank you, Councillor McCusker. Councillor Guido, you're the one who moved the deferment. Could I suggest that you defer it for the GS17 test? And if I just read that out, where it can be demonstrated that the benefits of the development clearly outweigh the loss of an open space, the redevelopment of the facility/green space will only be permitted where the development would make a contribution to the provisional improvement of recreational facilities, green spaces, equivalent to the facility green space that is to be lost, including potential requirement on-site provision as well as financial contributions. Essentially, to meet that test, we need to be satisfied that the bowling green is no longer a potential recreational use. And that's what we want to see for me. Would that be acceptable to your good self?
Yes.
No problem. And Councillor
So I'd
Hamilton,
like to move deferment on GMS 17.
Thank you, Councillor Real.
Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton?
Yes.
No problem. Our decision, our resolution is not contrary to officers' recommendations, so I don't need to bring in our Assistant Director for Planning for the impact. It's perfect within our gift to defer an application. I believe it's perfectly reasonable material grounds, as we heard from the officers. So, all in favour of that resolution, please show. Okay, I believe it was unanimous. Ladies and gentlemen, anyone who's watching, the application has been deferred to a later date on the grounds of GS17. Thank you, members. Okay, Mr. Williams, I'll thank the members of the public who have been watching on the live stream. And if we could pause the live stream until the next application, I'd be very grateful. Thank you. Welcome to Salford City Council, and my name is Councillor Ray Mashton. I'm Chair of the Planning Panel. Given the pandemic, elected members need to be physically present in the meetings to make decisions, and so officers of the Council can join the meetings remotely. And so the planning officers presenting items and giving advice to the meeting today are mainly in the virtual world and doing so remotely. We just have our clerk of the panel here, and we have our assistant director for planning to our left. I hope that's okay. The meeting's also being live streamed, as you can see me on the screen there. I'm addressing your good self in the public gallery because there's only a few number of you and I can have all line of sight of you, so I thought I'd address you, you good people. If you do intend to film or photograph the meeting today, can I just ask you that you do so in such a manner as not to disturb from other people from speaking freely or feeling that they can see too? Is that okay? Further, if you'd be so kind to follow the COVID rules within the building, I'd be so grateful. Thank you. The order of business will be as follows. First, the officers will present the submission to the planning panel. Second, any objectives present will be invited to speak. Third, any agents or applicants will be invited to speak. Fourth, any ward council will be invited to speak. I'll allow 10 minutes for both sides, so if that's one speaker, it's 10 minutes for yourself, or if there's two speakers, it's 5 minutes each. Please divide again if there's any more speakers. Ward councillors will get 5 minutes each. Following from that, I'll close from your good selves and open up the debate with the members of the panel. During that time, we'll only be discussing material planning grounds against the City Council's local and government's national planning policies. Final decision will be made on those material planning grounds. If there is a motion contrary to officer recommendation, then before any vote is taken, a senior officer, which is Mr. Hodgson next to me, will advise the panel. No, I have that wrong, I'm sorry. It's Mr. Shuttleworth who would advise the panel if there is a motion contrary, as Mr. Hodgson is actually the presenting officer today for giving up the member of staff couldn't present electronically. So I do hope that was clear then. The chair will vote alongside with other members of the panel. In event of a tie, either chair will have a further casting vote. I hope that was all clear. Ladies and gentlemen, decisions we made today, I hope those decisions well, those decisions may or may not please everybody, but I'd like to feel that when you leave this meeting that you feel like you've had a fair and equal hearing throughout the proceedings. Thank you so much. Okay, Mr. Hodgson, I can see you. I can hear you because you're right next to me. Does your device control that screen?
Yes, it does, Chair. Yeah.
Right, could you move forward a screen and back a screen? Oh, yes, it does. You have the floor, Mr. Hodgson. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So, members of the panel, this is an application at Tesco stores based at Pendleton, and the application is a Section 73 application, which is basically about varying one of the conditions imposed on this site in previous years, and it's all to do with basically the use of the service yard and the hours of operation for a number of different types of vehicles that obviously Tesco use in delivering their business. So just to put into context, this is the store here in the middle of the picture. We've got Fitzwarren Street to the west, which, as you can see, there are neighbouring residential properties fronting onto Fitzwarren Street. To the north, we've got Seedley Road, which is, as many of you know, is raised on a higher level than the application site, and the photographs will follow to show that. The site's also bounded by a walkway and St James's House to the east, and then you've got the remainder of Shopping City to the east. Access into the site to the car park, as you see from the main road here, into this parking area. Of particular note, obviously, clearly, given this is all about servicing, the site is served from this entrance here, and then it goes along the rear of the building, adjacent to the boundary here. And in particular, panel, we're looking at the home delivery element of Tesco's, which is the bays are located in that particular location here. But as you can see from this plan, all vehicles associated with deliveries enter the site and leave the site at that point. Just an aerial photograph to try and show that in slightly more detail in terms of the physical state of what you see. So there's the access point along there, and I think you can just see here the bays associated with home delivery, and you can see the houses to the north and to the west, and then the commercial areas beyond. So the panel, we've got existing conditions, condition 11 on the original permission, which as you see, it's got three elements to it. It's basically trying to control delivery movements and all that's associated with those movements in terms of loading, unloading, and dealing with anything associated with vehicle refrigeration. In this case, the first part of the condition is about rigid vehicles not exceeding a certain length, as described there. And currently, that's limited to, or not to take place outside the hours of 9 and 9 on Sundays and bank holidays. But obviously, other than those days, that's between 6 o'clock in the morning and 11 o'clock at night. And then you can see there's other restrictions below that that make up that entire condition. Proposed condition below that, so we're just dealing with Tesco's being able to increase their home delivery capacity. So the condition as reworded is limited to those .com vehicles to allow them to start 2 hours earlier on Sundays and bank holidays and finish 2 hours later. So you can see that the bold text at the bottom of that condition explanation, it's about 2 hours in the morning on Sunday and bank holidays and 2 hours in the evening on those same days. All other aspects of the condition would remain the same, and you probably picked up also in the overall recommendation that original condition 11 is now condition 10, just to confuse you further. So that's where that sits, but there's an additional condition that's been constructed that also limits the cumulative impact of 6 delivery vehicles at any one time. So you'll see a limit of 6 being able to do all the loading, refrigeration elements. Whilst the fleet exceeds 6, it's basically saying that only 6 can concurrently operate in that way in terms of whether it's refrigeration, loading, unloading, and then arrival and departure. To obviously test how this would affect the environment and local residents, the applicants are undertaking a noise assessment, basically to firstly establish the baseline noise measurements to deal with the operative hours that we've been asked to consider. As you can see from this aerial shot, the 2 nearest sort of measurement points were at Bee Hill Gardens just off Seedley Road here, as you can see, and then properties on Fitzwarren Street in that location there. As you can see, that's where the home shopping loading bays are. And essentially, what those measurements have looked at are the different phases associated with the home delivery, which is about initial cooling of vehicles, about having the refrigerator motors running, the loading phase, and then loading activity. A table, which I just go into now, shows what the typical background levels are for this period in this location. And what that basically shows you is at the top of the table about the typical background noise level at 46 dB. And then you can see, understandably, when you start introduce that activity, whether it's cooling, loading, or other activity, those dB levels increase. And then you can see in the middle of that table the cumulative impact of those 6 refrigeration units, because they are perhaps the noisiest bit of that phase that I've seen there at 65 dB. But then when you start to assess the impact of that noise environment on those nearest noise sensitive premises, you can see that the resultant figures are 41 and 40 respectively. So you get an actual reduction at those closest residential properties. So what we're basically saying, panel and chair, is obviously through our analysis of this by our noise consultant, that those nearest noise sensitive premises, those activities would actually fall below the normal background levels and not be perceptible in terms of what we've been asked to consider in relation to only the home delivery service and those activities associated with that. Just to give some additional context, this is just showing the access road that all those delivery vehicles take into the site. That's the adjacent walkway alongside St James's House. The roadway more inside the site, and you can see on this side the tree embankment obviously rising up to Seedley Road, and you can see obviously the houses peering over that area. This site is from Seedley Road, as if you've got the backs of the houses looking towards that corner of the site. Apologies now, this looks like they were taken in the middle of the night, but I believe they were early in the morning when this was done. We've got Seedley Road here, the houses up front on Seedley Road, and you've got the acoustic fence along the back edge of Seedley Road on the opposite side of the road, and then Fitzwarren Street, top right, looking back up towards the home delivery area on your right in the trees, and then below that we've got a longer shot of Seedley Road looking towards the corner of the site where the home deliveries are, and then the service yard in this location in bottom right. So in conclusion, Chair, having looked at what is proposed and limited to those home delivery services, and looking at the frequency, the volume that's proposed, and having regard to the noise assessment and assessing that against our relevant policies and development plan, the conclusion is, with the condition as amended, Chair, that it wouldn't result in unacceptable impact on the residential environment if these uses were introduced and safeguarded by the conditions that are proposed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hodgson. Thank you so much. Okay, I do believe we have a number of people who are registered to speak today. From the objective side, Mrs. Cooper. Mrs. Cooper, would you like to come forward, please? Helen will show you where the seat is, I do believe. Mrs. Cooper, if you'd be so kind to press one of the silver buttons in front of you, turn the microphone on. Oh, fabulous. Mrs. Cooper, it's 5 minutes suffice, or do you need the full 10 minutes?
I'm not entirely sure.
Okay, well, we'll get going and we'll see where we get to. Is that okay? Mrs. Cooper, if we could just know where you reside, all it does is just help members with context of your submission, that was all.
Sorry?
If we could just know where you live, where you reside, it just helps with context for the members with your submission.
Yeah. I live at number 16 Seedley Road.
Seedley Road, thank you.
That's 21 metres from what Tesco now call the security gate.
Thank you.
In a direct line.
Mrs. Cooper, it's over to you, good self, whenever you want to start. Is that okay?
Thank you. I'm not arguing that the operation of the refrigeration units inside the service yard may well fall below any kind of noise measurements. What we have issue with is the entrance and exit of the vehicles up the service road and through the now security gate. We've asked Tesco's how the opening of the barrier how the barrier being open to let these vehicles in and out will prevent larger vehicles coming in and out, because obviously they want it open 2 hours earlier and 2 hours later. We see no way as to how they're going to stop larger vehicles, articulated lorries, coming up the service yard to the security gate where they sit. They operate their refrigerators. This is 21 metres in a direct line from our house. There is an acoustic fence, which is 4.5 metres on Tesco's side, but only just short of 4 metres on our side. This comes halfway up our first floor level, but we live in a townhouse, so we have 3 bedrooms on the top floor. Those vehicles sitting there at 10:30, 11 o'clock at night will have quite a detrimental impact. The service yard management plan will prevent this. Well, for 9 years they've had this service yard management plan, and it hasn't prevented it so far. We've had numerous breaches to the point where Salford Council's environmental enforcement made Tesco install a barrier at the bottom of the access road, which was supposed to be time controlled to prevent the vehicles coming in. This has been broken now for a number of years, and they operate it manually, letting the vehicles in when they like. So we've asked them how they're going to prevent larger vehicles coming in while only allowing the .coms. They haven't given us an answer. we've had to involve our ward councillors, one of which is the now mayor at the time. We've had to write to the mayor, we've had to write to Rebecca Long-Bailey. What I'm also concerned about is that there's 2 other objectors that have some reason their objections have gone astray. Our next door but one neighbour objected, and a lady on the other street also objected. Now, in the application, Tesco's also state they're not already doing this activity. It states in it, are you already carrying out this activity? And it says, no. This isn't true. They've been allowing .com vehicles in and out from 7 o'clock. Now, what happens when they reach the security gate is they sit there and they bib their horns to be allowed out. We complained to Nathan Jackson from the council about this. He goes to the council and he says, or he goes to Tesco's and says, you shouldn't be doing that, you're not allowed yet. And they go, okay, all right then, we won't do it again. The following week, it's the same again. Now, I'd just like to draw attention to something that we did include as part of our objection. It's an extract from a Sharps Redmore report that was made just before Tesco's opened their store. And this is Miller Goodall's take, who's the council's assessment people, on the Sharps Redmore report. It says, in view of the current application, I have reconsidered the impact the hours of operation of the service yard and the home delivery service will have on neighbouring residents. The Sharps Redmore report assessment of 20th of June concludes that noise from service activity will be slightly above Salford City Council's more stringent criteria for industrial noise at all times, often by just 1 decibel. I would contend that this conclusion underplays the findings of the report, and I consider deliveries at weekends to be an issue due to noise disturbance unless further safeguards are put into place, notably time restrictions. Therefore, if you are minded to approve this application, I recommend the following conditions. No delivery vehicle movements or associated unloading activities shall take place outside the hours of 9 and 9, Saturdays, Sundays and bank holidays, and 7 and 11 any other day. Now that's from the council's own report that was used to decide the service yard management plan in the first place. I can't see how that's changed in 9 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Cooper. Thank you so much. Mr. Train, would you like to speak, sir? Mr. Train, I ended up giving Mrs. Cooper the 10 minutes, but Mrs. Cooper just used over 5, but Mrs. Cooper did know she had the full range of time. That was, so. You'll be well under 5, no problem. Any silver button will do. Yep.
You can hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, my name is Ben Train and I'm the Town Planning Manager for Tesco Stores Limited. I'm here today to encourage you to grant planning permission to allow .com vans to operate at Salford Extra Store on Sundays and bank holidays in the additional hours between 7 in the morning, 9 o'clock in the morning and 9 o'clock at night and 11 o'clock at night. Tesco, like other retailers, have seen a dramatic increase in the level of .com deliveries since the start of the COVID pandemic. These .com deliveries to homes have meant that people, particularly older and vulnerable ones, have been able to receive their required shopping without the need to go into stores. We predict that this strong demand for .com deliveries will continue, and therefore we have expanded our operation at Salford Extra, as we have done across the UK. There is an expectation on the part of customers that deliveries will be made at times which suit them, which do include early mornings on Sundays and bank holidays, and later evenings on Sundays and bank holidays. when people are home, hence the reason why we're looking for these additional 2 hours either side on those times. The .com service also has a wider environmental benefits, as each delivery made reduces the requirement for someone to drive to the store, taking cars off the local road network. And in addition, we've made a commitment that all our .com vans will be fully electric by 2028. As stated in the committee report, the proposed change, and this is important, is that it is solely for the .com vans and does not seek to change any of the other deliveries to the store by large, rigid or articulated lorries, which obviously bring the produce to the store. We are also happy with the proposed condition that means that a maximum of 12 .com vans will be on site at any one time. There are in fact only 6 .com loading bays at the store, which means that it's not practical to deal with any more than 6 of the .com vans at any one time. Those vans that aren't being used in this fleet of 12 we have at that store obviously will be out, either parked up or they will be out delivering to customers in the local community. Since the pandemic began, central government has provided flexibility on the hours that .com vans and indeed other delivery vans can operate. And this has been invaluable to Tesco and other retailers in terms of providing the needed demand of home delivery. However, please note that the .com vans and other deliveries to the store now operate within the planning consent restrictions that we saw, even though central government flexibility is still in place. Our noise assessment shows the proposals will not have any unacceptable noise impact on nearby residents. We've provided additional information to respond to objections raised and maintain our view that the approach taken in the noise assessment is accurate and robust. In addition, your council's own environmental consultant has concurred with this and not raised any objections. The noise assessment has objectively demonstrated that noise associated with the proposal is fully compliant with the requirements of national planning policy. We therefore respectfully request that you approve our application as per the officer recommendation and grant consent for this small increase in allowable times for .com vans to operate on Sundays and bank holidays. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Train. Thank you so much. Pardon me. That's warm, so I'm just going to let Helen clean the chair and the table, and then we'll get your good self up. Is that okay? Thank you, Helen. Okay, Councillor Wormsham, you know the drill. Whenever you're ready, you get your 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'd like to start off by saying that Tesco, Pendleton, are not a good neighbour and never have been since day one. They tend to be a law unto themselves. In relation to Condition 11, they have ignored these planning regulations and continue to do so, whatever is stated or whatever the guy from Tesco has said. Since the store's opened, it's caused problems in the area, from noise and nuisance to road safety issues and litter problems. This latest application will create yet more problems. We already have staff members shouting at each other outside the permitted hours, as well as the slamming of vehicle doors. And they just take no notice. As ward councillors, we've contacted the manager at and as Mrs. Cooper said, they just don't respond. So I am really, really concerned about this and the effect that it will have on the quality of life. I've seen the noise study, and I've got to say, it doesn't matter. I think when you've got something very, very quiet on a Sunday morning or a bank, parked up along Fitzwarren Street when they're coming to deliver because they think they can't get in because it's early. So sometimes they're parked up at 4 in the morning, you know, and that's been seen, and it's just unacceptable. And also, as Mrs. Cooper said, the houses that overlook on Seedley Road are townhouses 3 stories high. And if you've got a child asleep upstairs, their sleep is being affected. Certainly I've had parents contact me because of the noise coming up to 11 o'clock midweek when it's a school night, it's affecting the children. You know, and I just think anything that we can do to add to the quality of life for those people in the Fitzwarren Street and Seeley areas, we should be doing. And so I would ask panel to refuse this application as it is detrimental to that area.
Thank you, Councillor Wumption.
I believe I have to leave the room.
If you would be so kind, very grateful. Thank you. Okay, Ms Edwards, I don't believe anyone else is registered to speak for this application. Okay, I'll just wait for Councillor Wumption to leave the room and then we'll get on with the debate. Oh, okay, members, I'll just take a bit of chair's privilege if you don't mind. Mr Hodgson, at the moment, what is the government regulation at the moment? Because I know it's been relaxed because of the pandemic. So what are the hours of operation that Tesco could currently do it from a direct piece of change in legislation that the government did for the pandemic?
Thank you, Chair. I mean, the government had advised that obviously at the start and during the pandemic, local authorities were guided to be obviously respectful of, well, to understand the challenges faced by some of the services that were still operating to make sure deliveries could be undertaken. And generally that was up to, I think, 11 o'clock at night, Chair. So it's a fairly broad sort of hours of operation for authorities not to take action, prohibitive action during that particular period.
Okay, and you say 11 o'clock at night, but what about in the morning? Did they extend it in the morning?
Off the top of my head, Chair, I can't recall what that limit was.
I take it we have Mr Mason, our environment.
Yep, Mr Mason may be able to help.
Mr Mason, I'm really good at holding seances. Are you there?
Yes, Chairman, I hope you can hear me.
Fabulous, Mr Mason. Mr Mason, if you could tell us what the government have relaxed the regulations to at the moment.
To be honest, Chairman, I'm really not sure on the government relaxation. I believe there is as Mr Hodgson said, there is a relaxation to allow deliveries throughout the pandemic. I don't know when that ends.
So we're not aware of any end time at all.
As far as I'm not involved with COVID relaxations, I'm afraid.
Thank you, Mr Mason. Mr Hodgson, also the current limit. I take it there's currently no limit on what is called the .com vehicles on this site.
Okay, Chair. Let me just.
And that obviously there's 6 bays as the applicant said. So, but at the moment there could be. So at the maximum at the moment there could be 6 being loaded and 6 only on the site. So that would be 12. And is that within our condition set? And is that a further regulatory effect? In effect, does it? Are we taking more control through that condition than what's currently allowed?
Okay, yeah. Chair, just on the amount of vehicles, .com vehicles. Yes, the additional condition now number 11 on the recommendation is an additional measure of control. Yeah, so it is limiting because it is based on the noise assessment that looked at the cumulative impact of 6 .com vehicles operating at the same time. So that's an additional measure of control over and above what is currently there, Chair. But there are the existing conditions, as were highlighted in this slide, are obviously showing that the .com vehicles currently and any other rigid vehicle is limited to obviously the 9 till 9 on Sunday bank holidays and then 6 till 11 on any other day. So those and all those other measures there, Chair, in that condition obviously still apply. The relaxation, as you've heard, is 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the evening on Sundays and bank holidays, solely in connection with .com vehicles, plus the additional control to limit any cumulative impact to those 6 vehicles at any one time.
So, in essence, I'm trying to get to through this application. Are we taking more control of the site via the numbers of vehicles on the site? I understand about the relaxation of hours is being proposed, but are we actually taking more control through through the new condition 11?
Yes.
With the numbers of
Yes, Chair. Yeah.
Okay.
In short, yes. For .com vehicles only. Yes, Chair.
So members, I mean, I'm in a rock and a hard place here because I hear what the residents are saying, I hear what the councillors are saying, you know, but if we did, sorry, I will be back to you, Mr. Hodgson, on the times. Is it a bit like when we get an application for an alcohol establishment or a nighttime venue, or can we actually stipulate the times ourselves? Can we actually change these times to suit what we wanted? So in other words, could we approve this application with the condition that is current in times, but actually bring in the extra regulation?
No, Chair, because effectively you're refusing it, because the purpose of a Section 73 is, if ultimately the decision is you wouldn't change the conditions, you're effectively saying no. So you can't keep, well, you would, if you were keeping the current hours, and you would be in essence refusing it.
Can we time limit the condition of time to when the regulations might change with the government?
I think, Chair, I think what needs to be careful here is whilst we've talked a lot about the increase obviously during the pandemic, I think we have to understand that the data and the noise assessment is to do with the environment totally, and it's not limited to the period during the pandemic. So if you put a pandemic to aside for one moment, please, the question is, would this .com allowance, so to speak, in hours, have a detrimental impact on noise, for example? And the noise assessment and the analysis suggest not, Chair. So the panel shouldn't limit itself to thinking for a limited period, because it's there. The assessment has been obviously for a permanent solution, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hodgson. Very helpful. Thank you. Any members wishing to speak? So I took a bit of chairs for you. I just wanted to get to the crux of this. So, Councillor Guido, I've got Councillor Dickman and Councillor Hamilton. Did you have your hand up? Or were you, okay? Councillor Guido, Councillor Dickman, Councillor Hamilton, and I've got Councillor McCusker. Councillor Guido.
Thank you. Well, I'm totally confused now after you asking those questions.
That wasn't my intention, Councillor
Sorry,
Guido.
well, it's confused. I'm sorry. I'm not confused.com. That's something else, isn't it? Can I, just a clarification, am I right in saying that the government's recommendation was, or understanding is, that deliveries up to 11 p.m. Now, is that deliveries to the house, or is that delivery? It's not loading, is it? Because it says delivery by 11 o'clock. So could that confirm? Can I come back after that?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think it's site operation.
I mean, I would suggest obviously loading and unloading must be part of a delivery operation. That's how I would suggest it's the whole exercise of doing that. But again, I would just suggest is that please do not be hung up on just the government relaxation during the pandemic. I don't think this application is not to confirm a temporary use. It's for a permanent use for .com. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Right. So permanently, I don't agree with this. I think that these people have, because unfortunately, and I know Councillor Antipas isn't here, both him and I actually were on the committee, and whew, 9 years ago, and we dealt with this application then, and we were, well, I was very considerate about consideration about the people who live around there who were going to be subjected to large articulated lorries, etc., coming onto site. Now, these little runabout electric or whatever they are vehicles, right, will be in and out all day. And I think if they're picking up at 11 o'clock, does that mean that they will go out and come back? You know, or will it stop? I mean, where will these vehicles go? If they load at 11 o'clock and then go out to deliver to me or anybody, which could be like 11:30, 11:45, will those vehicles be coming back, or will they be taking home by the drivers? What will happen to those vehicles? If those vehicles have to come back, then it could be midnight when these vehicles are coming back onto site, are running back past these people's houses. So that's the first point that I want to make. Also, I think 6 o'clock in the morning, on a Sunday morning, is quite intrusive on people. I've lived on main roads for years, and on a Sunday, just a car going past wakes you up because you know it's quiet on a Sunday. There's no noise outside at all of people going to work or whatever. So I think that it should remain at 7 o'clock, and I don't think it should go till 11 o'clock at night. I'm sorry.
Councillor Guido, I just need to bring in Mr Hodgson on a matter of that.
Yeah, sorry, Chair. Sorry, Councillor Guido. I know that these conditions, the way they're structured, can be, on the face of it, confusing, but this is not about 6 o'clock, just to let me be very clear. It's between 7 and 11. So it's not, they're not operating on 6 o'clock on Sundays or bank holidays. That's not proposed. It's from 7 till 9. I know you can see 6 o'clock. That's on 6 o'clock on any other day. Yeah, that's an existing. Sorry, Chair. That's
it's existing. They already have that.
So it's not proposed to operate the .com from 6 o'clock. It's from 7 o'clock. And just to try and answer your question, your early point, these conditions are written and designed basically to say outside those hours you can't do any of that, deliveries, loading, refrigeration at all. So they can't come onto the site, say, 11 o'clock at night and come on at midnight and start unloading at all. It's all about control within the stipulated hours, and you can't do anything outside those hours. Thank you.
Councillor Vera.
Yeah. So I'm still going to ask the question. They can load up until 11 p.m. Tesco's.com can actually load up till 11 o'clock, and then they go out to deliver. This doesn't say that everything's got to be back on site by 11 o'clock. This says that they can deliver up to, I presume, load until 11 o'clock at night, which means that they're going to go out and they're going to come back. So they are going to be coming back after 11 o'clock to be actually on site. And
can we get to the wording of the conditions in the actual report?
Yeah, Chair, I mean, I understand what Councillor Gray is saying. So if something did go at 10:30, yeah, that's within the framing of the condition. If they then returned at 11:30, they would be in conflict with that condition. Because the condition says no delivery vehicle movements, and then it gets on, you know, so any movements in and out, outside the hours of, as requested, of 7 in the morning and 11 at night on Sunday bank holidays. They can't do that. It's as simple as that. They can do unloading, etc., and move in and out of the site between those hours. But if they came back at midnight, for example, because they went out at 9:30, 10 o'clock, that would be in conflict with that condition. So there'd be a breach of planning control against which we could enforce.
We're going to move forward now, Councillor. Is that okay? Councillor Dickman, then I've got Councillor Hamilton, got Councillor McCusker, then I've got Councillor Tresidden. Councillor Dickman.
Thanks, Chair. Just to follow on from Councillor Guido's point, I know what she's saying is that when they're going out making deliveries at 11 o'clock, where they then parking overnight, and when they're going to be doing deliveries from first thing in the morning, what time are they going to be actioning those deliveries? And it is an important point, because you're saying that they can't do it, but they have been, because it'll be breaching the rule, but they have been breaching those rules for a number of years. We've heard from residents, we've heard from councillors, I'm aware of them as well, that they have been breaching the rules, and they've not been, as Councillor Warmisham mentioned, good neighbours. So I wouldn't be convinced that just saying that they can't do it because it would breach the rules is convincing enough to say that they wouldn't be returning back in those hours. I've heard of complaints of them, of articulated trucks turning up at 3 in the morning, and there'll be a complaint made, they'll say they won't do it again, and it'll happen again. So I can totally appreciate what Councillor Guido's saying in that sense. I will move, not mention in terms of the pandemic and the hours that the government's changed to allow the latest start times now, because it is about what the changes will be indefinitely if we approve this policy. And I think, you know, the hours that they've already got are quite loose. You know, they're able to work from, what was it, 6 in the morning till 11 at night on every day except for weekends and bank holidays, and until 9 on those days anyway. I think that's quite flexible anyway. The pandemic hopefully should be coming to a resolution where they wouldn't need to be working till those hours. So I don't see any reason to. I think we should be looking to protect the neighbours and residents who have been having problems with Tesco's for a number of years, and I'd be happily move refusal on those grounds.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Deepman. Councillor Hamilton, Councillor McCusker, and Councillor Trisden.
Thanks, Chair. I know things move on, and people are doing the shopping a lot more for all the reasons that we're aware of, and I think that will continue to grow. However, I'll echo what Councillor Dickman has said in the relationship with Tesco, not sticking to the service yard management plan. For me, that's the bigger issue.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We just do need to be reminded that we do have some evidence before us that does show that the bass sound coming from the sound submission report, environmental report on the impact of the sound is actually less in decibels than the background noise at certain hours. So we do need to be aware of our evidence there. Is that okay? Is that right? So I wish I had some better terminology sometimes, but I think you understood what I meant. So I've got Councillor McCusker, and I've got Councillor Trisden. Councillor McCusker.
Yeah, Chair. I agree with Councillor Dickman. Basically, those original hours that were put in place at the store opening were put in place for a reason, and that was about creating a reasonable atmosphere for local residents. The pandemic has changed how people are shopping. The government's put in emergency legislation to allow for that. I can't believe people are desperate to get a tin of beans at 6:15 on a bank holiday. I think there has to be a balance between the demands of online shopping and the residents who are suffering from the noise. And in terms of the noise assessment, I've just got a question really. Is it like for like? Was it taking place at 6 o'clock on a bank holiday Monday?
Thank you, Chair. I think on one of the slides, it was perfectly done to reflect what was being proposed, so between 7 and 9. So I know I keep hearing 6 o'clock, but please be mindful, this is not 6 o'clock. So it was purposely and obviously clearly, understandably done between those hours of 7 and 9 on Sunday, and then between 9 and 11 on a Sunday to reflect the baseline that currently took place then. So it was indicative, as far as it can be, in one day of the background level to try and get that baseline measurement. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hodgson. I'll move on to Councillor Trisden.
Chair.
Shout at me, please.
Oh, I'll sit very close to my mic, it's easier. I'm just looking at the numbers for the maximum recorded volume, because I'm quite cognizant of the fact that it only takes one loud bang to wake someone up. So that needn't show up in your average recordings over a 5, 10, 15 minute period of time. So it could be just average noise is acceptable, but it's punctuated by repeated loud noises which are enough to wake someone up and keep them awake, which might not show up in those measurements. Thank you.
I'll take that as comments unless Mr. Hodgson has...
I'll probably best defer into Mr. Mason, who can probably explain the ins and outs of LAQs and sharpen noise, different noise episodes, if I can, please, Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Mason, do one-off loud bangs wake people up?
Hi again, Chair, and hi panel. Obviously, one-off loud bangs can disturb people. There's some evidence to suggest that there are some numbers around that in terms of repetitive loud bangs and disturbance of sleep. It's outside the scope of the investigation. The noise assessment has been undertaken in accordance with British Standard 4142, which is a method of assessing noise between industrial commercial users and residential users. So it's the correct standard to apply, and the time period, the averaging period, the LEQ, during the hours of 0700 to 0900 and 2100 to 2300 is the correct averaging time period. So in terms of the evidence before us, and the evidence that I've assessed in giving my advice to the planning case officer, is that the noise levels from the charging activity are unlikely to be significant with respect to the nearest noise sensitive premises. That those premises are much closer to the yard than Mrs. Cooper's property. I accept there are other issues that Mrs. Cooper has mentioned and have been brought up by the panel, and issues around the noise management plan. But I obviously haven't been able to consider existing issues as part of assessing the application that is in front of me. I'm purely considering the 2-hour extension on a Sunday and bank holiday in the morning, and the 2-hour extension in the evening on Sundays and bank holidays. I hope that helps, Chair.
I think it does, Mr. Mason. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I'm going to move on to Councillor Birch.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify, when we're talking about the noise and it being compliant with the British standards for industrial noise, does that mean the noise that is created by the lorry moving and then stopping, and then just reasonable loading and unloading noises associated with that? Or does it include honking, as we have heard, and loud shouting between members of staff? I know it might sound a bit pedantic, but these are the concerns that the councillor and the residents raised with us. So can we just have the clarification whether these noises, like honking and shouting, are included? Have our officers been there to actually measure that? And I live in the area. I literally, that's my shopping place. So I know very well. I mean, I'm not personally affected, but I can imagine that the residents would be affected. So is this just a standard, blanket rule that doesn't include those noises that actually are causing problems. And I can't, as Councillor Dickman was saying, we're getting out of pandemic, of course, and Councillor Hamilton was saying we were shopping, most of us, online all the time, but on the 21st, we're supposed to have all restrictions lifted, so everybody will be free to go and shop in person. Of course, some won't be, and that is a consideration. And to me, it's, I don't want to come across too strongly, but it's greed. You know, why do we need, why is this necessary on Sundays, especially considering pandemic and the mental health issues that have been caused by that? Our residents don't need any more disturbed sleep for their kids, just noise, stress from completely unnecessary noise. And it is unnecessary because we're getting out of pandemic, so people will be shopping less online, and they will need less .com deliveries. They're just logical. So sorry, too long-winded, but can we have clarification regarding the assessment for the noise? Does it include honking and shouting? And have we got an evidence from our officers, you know, how disturbing that is? And also, I just wanted to say, absolutely no need to extend those hours, no logical need, and we heard no need to distress our residents any more than they have been during the pandemic and going into recovery. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Birch. Honking and shouting, Mr. Hodgson.
Again, it probably best to defer to Mr. Mason if he could oblige, please. Thank you.
Honking and shouting, Mr. Mason.
Thank you again, Chair and Councillor. In terms of honking, shouting, you know, beeping, etc., I would expect the noise management plan to be dealing with that. Obviously, we've heard that in some cases that may not be being adhered to. However, that's obviously a matter for planning enforcement. In terms of have I been out there and measured it? No, is the short answer to that. Without putting too fine a point on it, the sheer volume of applications mean I can't visit every single application and start taking measurements. We have to rely on a noise consultant's report, which has been submitted and reviewed, and you know, I consider it a reasonable assessment.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. Okay, members, no one else has indicated to speak.
Sorry, Chair, just a very quick one.
Could I just finish, and I will come back to you, Councillor McCusker. Yeah, there's been a lot of displeasure at this application, but nobody has moved any resolutions whatsoever or put anything on the table to do anything resolution. But I've heard a lot of disquiet. So are there any resolutions? Thank you. I didn't hear you move refusal. I just said that you were reminded to refuse it. So I never heard a motion. So.
Apologies, Chair. I will move refusal. On, I think it said there's 17. Let me find it.
EN17?
On the wrong one. 1 second. There's 7. Amenity of users and neighbours.
There's 7. I have heard Councillor Birch suggest that there doesn't seem to warrant a need for these hours of change. I heard that. Councillor McCusker did want to come in, so I won't ignore you.
Sorry, just from what the officer just said, was the noise assessment taken by a consultant employed by Tesco's?
For the record, Mr. Hodgson is nodding. Okay.
Okay.
Would you like me to clarify, Chair?
Yes, please, Mr. Mason. I'm just trying to. I've just got a lot of disquiet in my panel that they don't like this application, but I'm just trying to get to the bottom of a resolution.
I appreciate that, Chairman. Just in terms of the noise assessment, obviously Tesco or the applicant, as in any applicant, pays a noise consultant to undertake the assessment. But as with any professional, they're a member of a professional body, the Institute of Acoustic Scientists or Institute of Acoustics, or the Institute of Noise Consultants. As such, they have a professional code of conduct to stand by. So it isn't the case that if that's what's being inferred, that the noise consultant has any particular bias in that way. That will be professional misconduct.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. Thank you so much. I was making you work hard there, Councillor McCusker.
Sorry, in no way was I suggesting that the consultant was acting in a unprofessional way. All that came into my mind was that Tesco management would know when that assessment was taking place, and it may affect how people behaved. So it may have had a bearing then on the outcome of the readings, but in no way am I questioning the professionalism of the consultant.
Thank you, Councillor McCusker. Thank you so much. I've had it moved for refusal on DES 7. Which elements within DES 7, Councillor Dickman?
Impact on neighbours. You said impact on users and neighbours, unless you need me to go into more detail.
No, can I just take some advice from Mr. Hodgson? Mr. Hodgson, is it actually DES 7?
Yeah, DES 7, yeah, DES 7 can be relevant, but obviously EN 17 in particular talks about obviously pollution and development, which includes noise. So it will be relevant for EN 17 as well, Chair.
But would you accept that advice? So the impact on would it be fair to say that you don't feel that there's a warranted need for the extension of hours, given that the impact of on immediate neighbours through policies DES 7 and EN 17? Would that be?
I'd be accepting of that, yeah.
Would that be okay?
Yeah, sorry, I do apologise for jumping in there.
I've got to ask for a second, so I will come back to you, Mr. Hodgson. Okay. Is that okay? I won't forget you, Mr. Hodgson, don't worry. Is there anybody willing to second that? Is there?
Sorry, Chair, I just wanted to make a comment. Have we run out of opportunities to make a comment?
No, there doesn't seem to ever be. There's an infinite amount of opportunities to enter this debate and any debate. So.
Thank you, and I understand we've been here a long time. It just, again, the sound, the noise pollution report being from Tesco, and I understand we're not here in a court of law. However, you know, I've interpreted for courts, and there are always two reports: the defence and the other side. And even when purchasing a house, you've got your own report, and you've got the person, the seller and the buyer, they get their own report about the state of the house. So I'm a little puzzled that we're just taking, you know, I'm absolutely not doubting the professional behavior, but there are, you know, these things can be subjective the time when you do it, and I'm absolutely not doubting, I'm not professional behavior. However, I'm saying these people are representing Tesco. So is there, for the sake of justice, is there no need for us maybe to submit our, well, for the council to submit the report? I'm just throwing it in to say this is the pattern that I have seen in other places.
I'll get you the answer. I can hear it through Councillor. Mr. Hodgson, I'll let you field this question. Mr. Mason is part of your team. How much scrutiny do these reports go through, and why doesn't the council feel its own reports?
Okay, I mean, if you go back to basics here, through our own, it's called a validation checklist. So when we certain types of applications will generate certain reports. So it's not limited to, you know, noise reports. It'd be agricultural reports. It'd be highways reports. And there's no suggesting in terms of the planning system that a local authority, which ultimately has to be objective and is not promoting development itself, has to be objective when it comes to assess reports submitted by various technical consultants. So if the authority on all applications then started to assess the development itself, I mean, the system would creak at its knees, and equally you'd have to have a team, 3 times the size it is at the moment. And there's nothing wrong in terms of an applicant submitting a series of technical documents, because that's what's required to demonstrate whether a development is in compliance with all the various policies that look at environmental matters. And as Mr. Mason has already said, these technical people have got their own professional code of conduct, so they start on that basis, and underpinning a lot of that are existing British standards, whether it's about trees and development, or indeed, in this case, industrial noise and the residential environment. So that, if you went to an appeal, an inspector would hear 2 sides of the argument, and that would be the opportunity for the local authority to present evidence that supported, if this were to be refused, the council's position on the impact of noise on that development. And so that, this arrangement is not peculiar to Salford. That's the system against which members have been asked to assess applications and make decisions. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Guido.
Sorry, I was going to say Councillor. Mr. Hodgson has actually explained what I was going to say. It's been assessed by our people, and they've assessed it, and they've got a standard to abide by. So I think we do genuinely have to accept.
Councillor Dickman, there was a motion from your good self that it's of your good opinion that the application doesn't warrant a need for the hours of change based on the council's policies of DEV 7 and EN 17, as any change would be further contrary to the amenities of neighbouring residents. Is that round about right? And did we have a seconder? I've seen some tentative hands going up. I don't hear any voices. I've got 2. I've got Councillor Guido.
I second that.
Okay. Okay. Now it's. I'll just bring Mr. Hodgson in, because you are jumping up and down, Mr. Hodgson. Can I just finish what I need to say, Mr. Hodgson? Is that okay? Okay. And then we'll have to bring in. And I don't have any motions. Is there a motion for the officer's recommendation? Anybody? Nope. Okay. So I'm going to have a chat with Mr. Hodgson, let them talk to you good selves, and then I'm going to bring in Mr. Shuttleworth before we go to the vote. Mr. Hodgson.
Yeah, I do apologise, Chair. It's quite, obviously, the panel can quite rightly come to the view that the development is harmful to the environment of residents in terms of the noise environment. But it's not for this panel to determine whether the application, the need for this development. I mean, the need for Tesco's obviously demonstrated a need for to improve the .com facility, and that is for the applicant to determine, and it's not for this panel to determine whether there's a need for this .com facility. But that doesn't affect what you've said in terms of setting the scheme against those 2 relevant policies that we've identified. I think it'd be a serious issue if we included need within that, but we can clearly include the impact of that development. Thank you, Chair. That's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hodgson. Councillor Dickman, I kind of gave you a resolution. It's currently your resolution, and you've heard some evidence from the officer that warranting a need would not be a good use of language in any resolution, as it would be contrary to what the plan system is all about. So, are you willing to accept that advice and go with that? You believe it's contrary, that the application would be contrary to DES 7 and EN 17 through neighbourhood, the further impact to the amenities of neighbouring residents. Would that be okay? Councillor Guido, are you happy to second that still? Fabulous. Members, because it's contrary to officer's recommendation, I do need to bring in Mr. Shuttleworth, who's the senior planning officer, who's playing the senior planning officer role here, and is our lead officer for policy in the council. Mr. Shuttleworth, can you hear us?
I can, Chair. Yes, I can.
Could you convey to the members the impact they may have by making this decision?
Yes, certainly. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, panel. And obviously, it's obvious that there are strong feelings about the proposal here. I think with the panel, I would advise do think quite carefully about the proposal in front of them and the evidence they are considering related to that. So, first of all, obviously, be very clear that what we are looking at is just limited to those the 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the evening on Sundays and bank holidays and only related to the movement of the .com vehicles. And so, as panel has identified, the key question is whether that activity would have an unacceptable impact on the amenity of residents. I was just going to point out that that issue has been considered through the application, and evidence has been provided, as Mr Mason pointed out, that does meet the professional standards. And I can appreciate noise is an interesting issue which is very instinctive to everyone, but has technical elements to it to understand the impact of noise, and the evidence that's been provided has addressed the point of noise amenity, and the conclusion of the council's experts and environmental health officers is that noise will not cause undue amenity. So I would just sort of extol that the issues identified, I think, by panel are absolutely the right issues to be considered in this application. I would just point out that the evidence in front of us suggests they have been considered, and the conclusions of the council's experts indicates that they don't think that they would raise issues in terms of amenity. So I was just sort of trying to encourage that those issues are carefully considered, and obviously wider issues have been raised in terms of this application. And I think just to make very clear, the issues we're looking at only relate to the condition and the .com vehicles in those 2 hours in the morning and the afternoon on bank holidays and Sundays, and we shouldn't be influenced by the wider issues of the planning approval, which should be probably considered through other means. But I think the point is, I think the issue raised through EN17 and DES 7 are the important issues. It would appear that these have been considered and have been addressed and satisfactorily, or to the satisfaction of the council's expert officers.
Thank you, Mr Shuttleworth. Councillor Dickman, does your resolution still stand after the advice you've heard?
It does.
Yes. Councillor Green, are you still seconding it after the advice you heard?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, members, all in favour of the refusal based on the residential impact on amenity through DES 7 and EN17 that these extra hours would have. All in favour of such a motion, please show. Anyone against? Anyone abstaining? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the application has been refused. Thank you so much for your attendance. Okay, could we get the next members of the public in really quickly? I know we're very beyond time. Thank you so much for your attendance today. Mr. Moons, could you close the live stream, please? Is that okay? Thank you. Welcome to Salford City Council Planning Panel. My name is Councillor Ray Mashter and I'm chair of the Planning Panel. Given the pandemic, only elected members need to be physically present in meetings to make decisions, so officers of the council can join meetings remotely. The planning officers presenting items on this agenda and giving advice to the panel will do so remotely, apart from Mr Hodgson, who's our Assistant Director for Planning to my left, and Miss Edwards, who's the clerk of the panel. This meeting will also be streamed live, and if you do intend to photograph or film the proceedings, then my only ask is for you to not stop other members of the audience from being able to see, hear or feel they can speak freely throughout the proceedings. Further, my last request of your good selves is for you to please respect and adhere to the COVID-safe protocols that have been put in place within this building. Thank you. Over to the order of business. First, the officers will present their submission to the panel. Second, any registered objectives present will be invited to speak. Third, any registered applicants or applicants' agents will be invited to speak. Fourth, any ward councillors who've registered to speak will then be invited. I'll allow a total of 10 minutes for both sides. If that's one speaker, it's 10 minutes. If it's two speakers, it's 5 minutes each. And for any more speakers, please divide again. And any ward councillors present will get 5 minutes each. After then, I'll close from your good selves and pass over to the panel for debate, which focus entirely on material planning grounds against the City Council's local policies and government's national planning policies. Finally, a decision will be made on those material planning grounds by inviting members of the panel to vote. If there is a motion contrary to the officer's recommendation, then before any vote is taken, a senior officer will be asked to advise the panel of the merits of that motion, and that will be Mr Hodgson today. The chair will vote alongside with all the other members of the panel. In the event of a tie, either chair will have a further casting vote to decide the application. I do hope that's clear. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, decisions will be made today. Those decisions may or may not please everybody, but I'd like to think that everyone will leave the meeting satisfied they had a fair and equal hearing throughout the proceedings. Thank you. Okay, members, this is our final planning item of this morning. It's 4D. It's on pages 67 to 76. It's also page 5 of your amendment sheet. It's Gloucester House on Back Duncan Street. The presenting officer of Mr Williams. Mr Williams, can I hear your good self?
Good afternoon, Chair.
Hi, Mr Williams. Can you go forward one slide and back one slide so we can see everything's working?
I can.
Oh, good. You have the floor, Mr Williams. Thank you so much.
Brilliant. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, all. I bring before you today planning application 21/76986/COU relating to the Karim Schloim School at Gloucester House along Back Duncan Street in Salford 7. The proposal relates to a Section 73 application for the removal of a restricted hours of operation condition attached to a 2005 permission concerning the use of the first floor of the building. The application site relates to the Karim Schloim School, an Orthodox Jewish school positioned amongst a mixed-use, predominantly residential area as annotated on the location plan. The school is delineated by Back Duncan Street to the north and Duncan Street to the south, whilst the east and west immediately join or lie adjacent to residential properties. The site also forms part of the Cliff Conservation Area. For the benefit of panel members, I've also indicated those properties which have either rejected, as shown in red, or are in support of the removal of the condition, as shown in green. This information has been taken directly from those who have responded to the application through the formal notification process. This slide provides an aerial view of the application site and better illustrates the interrelationship between the school and neighbouring properties within the surrounding area. So just to touch upon the planning history of the of the application site, prior to the opening of the school a few years ago, the building was occupied by an NHS medical care centre with ancillary offices and therapy accommodation at first floor level. Prior to September 2020, the use class order allowed for the conversion of the care centre into a school without planning permission. The school therefore benefited from permitted development rights and did not require planning permission for this change of use to occur. Notwithstanding this, in 2005, permission was granted for the use of the first floor as offices and therapy accommodation associated with the wider use of the site by the NHS, whereby condition 2 of the decision notice read, The use hereby permitted shall not be operated on Sundays and bank holidays and shall only be operated between the hours of 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. The reason justification for this was to safeguard the amenity of neighbouring residential properties in accordance with policy Dev 8 of the City of Salford Unity Development Plan. Dev 8 of the UDP has not been saved. As per description of development for the 2005 permission, the use permitted related solely to the first floor offices and therapy accommodation. As such, there is no restricted hours or days of operation relating to the remainder of the building or the outside area. So this application has been brought before panel members in response to issuing a planning convention notice for a breach of operating hours associated with the use of the first floor of the school building. In response to issuing the notice, the applicant is seeking to remove the restricted condition attached to the 2005 permission in order to improve the operational requirements of the school. Again, it is important to reiterate that there are no restrictions on the use of the remainder of the premises, including the ground floor and outdoor area, which can operate at any time and on any day of the week. In terms of key considerations, given that this application relates to the removal of restricted hours of use condition, the question therefore presented before panel members is whether the use of the first floor beyond 5:30 p.m. and on Sundays and bank holidays would create a material detrimental impact over and above the existing operations of the school. In this regard, it is considered that the only material consideration of relevance in the determination of this planning application relates to the impact of the removal of the condition upon the amenities of neighbouring residential property. In response to this, and further to receiving detailed representations from neighbouring residential properties, the Council's environmental consultant has reviewed the existing arrangements of the school and considers that the unrestricted use of the first floor would have no further material impact upon the amenities afforded to neighbouring residential properties, given that the remaining parts of the site and any noise emanating from these areas operate without any restrictions throughout the week. Of course, this is apart from Friday evenings and on Saturdays. As shown within the representations received to date, the objections appear to relate more so to the overall use or the principle of the sites for educational purposes and the impact this use has upon the communities of those residents. The use of the site for educational purposes is not in contention here, and therefore in determination of this application must only consider whether removal of the condition will create a material impact over and above the existing school arrangements. As such, the local planning authority considers that the removal of the restricted condition would not result in a demonstrable level of additional noise and disturbance over and above that already experienced. It is also reiterated that the relaxation of the condition would not itself directly lead to an increase in pupil numbers and any resulting increase in car-borne journeys. Any resultant increase in pupil numbers, which the school may wish to explore in the future, is of course regulated by the government body Ofsted and is not a matter for the local planning authority to consider. Independently, there have been a number of complaints submitted through the Environmental Protection Team on the basis of the school being a statutory nuisance. This again is considered under separate legislation, the Environmental Protection Act 1990, whereby the Environmental Protection Team have their own statutory powers. It's also worth noting that in reviewing the permission granted for the 2005 permission, the attachment of the condition was not referenced nor discussed within the case officer's delegated report. Indeed, the environmental officer consulted on the application did not request the attachment of the condition, and therefore from an environmental health perspective, it may not actually be considered necessary. As per the panel reports, the reasonableness of attaching the restricted condition is therefore questioned in its own right and would likely fail to meet the test of paragraph 55 of the NPPF regarding reasonableness and relevance. So in respect to the planning balance, the use of the wider site for educational purposes is lawful and does not require plan permission. The unrestricted use of the first floor is unlikely to materially impact upon the amenities of neighbouring residential properties, more so than the existing situation, which has unrestricted hours of operation. The reasonableness of the condition is questioned, in reference to paragraph 85 of the MPPF. There has been no objection received from the Council's statutory consultee, and while 60 representations have been received, 45 are those letters of support and 15 letters of objection. I would also like to draw your attention to page 5 of the additional information report, whereby 2 further representations objecting to the scheme were received after the publication of the panel report. The Local Planning Authority has responded to each of the points raised by local authorities local residents within the panel report and the accompanying additional information report, which should be sufficient in order for members to make an informed decision on the merits of this planning application. The local authority are therefore recommending the removal of condition 2 attached to planning application 0551658 COU, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Thank you so much. Okay, I do believe we have an objector registered to speak, and Mr. Benham. Mr. Benham, Helen will show you to the table in the seat where you can address the panel. Mr. Benham, you have 10 minutes to speak. If you could tell us where you reside, it just helps with context of your submission for the rest of the panel to understand.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
No problem, Mr. Benham. If you would be so kind to enlighten us where you reside, it just helps with the context of your submission for the panel to be able to understand.
I'm basically a long-standing resident of the conservation area, living on Lower Broughton Road, fairly near the school itself, but not overwhelmingly affected by the horrendous noise.
Thank you, Mr. Benham. Mr. Benham, your 10 minutes. Is that okay?
Pardon?
You have 10 minutes to speak, Mr. Benham. I'll give you a shout at 9. Is that okay?
That's marvellous. Thank you
Fabulous.
very much. Well, many of the parents who insist on driving their cars to this school are convinced, although safely out of earshot, that their boys are whispering angels at play. Even when distracted by a car full of children, they are incapable of wrongdoing with their driving and their parking. They are absolutely perfect in obeying traffic regulations. Wrong. The boys are boys, they're great kids, but they're boys. They make one hell of a noise when they're playing, and some of their parents driving and parking is absolutely appalling. The council have been repeatedly asked to regulate the parking and monitor the horrendous noise nuisance, which for people such as my colleague who live on Howe Street is totally horrendous, overpowering, hour after hour after hour. Because the council have done nothing, local residents and the parents have been set against one another. We don't like them doing what they do, and they don't like us objecting. If the council had come along and refereed this, measured and monitored the noise, controlled the parking, there would be no problem. Now, the planning office report is so seriously flawed and deficient in matters of fact relating to past events and precedents, it demands correction. This school arrived unannounced in our residential conservation area. It evaded the usual planning procedures, which would have applied to a new build, and would likely have controlled noise levels, operating hours and traffic by piggy-banking using constraints granted to Gloucester House when back in the 60s and 70s, not just a few years ago, it was a residential children's home for a very small number of children. It obviously had to have planning permission to operate 24/7 to be a residential children's home. Since then, various changes of occupation have taken place. The school claims that the 24/7 consent has continued to apply even though the children's home closed its doors decades ago. The residents dispute this. They would like to see a paper trail of planning consents through the ages. We've asked the council to provide this. They have refused. The officers, I fear, are worried about losing their jobs Because if they had got it wrong and these consents are not valid for 24/7 operation, the council would be liable for compensation to the residents and the school itself. That is the background. In 2005, a perfectly reasonable constraint was imposed, limiting the operation of the first floor offices. It was in line with standard constraints on commercial premises in residential areas. It's nothing important, it was something that was applied by the way, and it is this constraint that the applicants wish to remove today. Now, the planning officer clearly thinks that you're all a bunch of silly old fuddy-duddies for imposing limitations on operations on Sundays and bank holidays without specific consideration in successive, recent and nearby applications. Really? Does he really want 24/7 hour working in his own backyard? Do refer to his rubbish, nonsense critique of the planning restricting the hours of the nursery 20 yards away from the school, where 12 children, babies, were restricted from playing in the backyard. He thinks it's unnecessary. He thinks that, he thinks this is necessary because these children are far more than you would have in a normal family and they may affect the neighbours. But 200 children, older boys playing in the school playground, well, that's no problem for the rest of us. It's horrendous for the neighbours. He goes on to say that this constraint was not properly justified in 2005. None of these restraints were properly justified. Every dot, comma, tick should have been set out to his particular satisfaction. It's not necessarily in every case. It's imposed to protect the peace on our day of rest and our traditional holidays. It's a national standard. It's imposed automatically on noisy operations, such as building sites, etc. It's like justifying every brick in the wall and every lavatory in this building. It's not necessary. It is, in fact, the opposite. It is a removal of this condition that needs overwhelming justification. Now, the supporters of this application, 45 of them, make much of the importance of maximising the education time for their children. Why, therefore, don't they want to open the school on a Saturday? They had planning consent to do so. Not one of the 17 families who have opposed this application have suggested that. We respect their Sabbath, their holy day. However, 45 of them, most of whom don't live anywhere near it, are only too happy, indeed eager, to erode what's left of our holy day. They treat us far differently to the way we treat them. We don't have a perfect Sunday now. The bottom part of the school does open, but we do not wish to have it eroded further. The school must have known of this constraint when they took over the property and have, in their application, made it totally crystal clear that it is totally unnecessary. The application means nothing to them. They have a plan B, which fulfills all of their requirements. They've set it out for you in great detail with great planning. They don't need to impose on us on a Sunday. They've got their own plan B. Problem with plan B, however, that it carries the threat to residents of extended noise and more traffic. They make this perfectly plain. If we have to go to plan B, you will suffer more. Oh, thanks, guys. The planning officer says this change is trivial. However, it is the one thing that has united the opponents to this application above every other factor, the threat of blackmail. We stand by what Kipling says. We never give in to blackmail, no matter how trivial the cost. At the end of that game, there's destruction and shame, and the people that play it are lost. It's the blackmail. Do what we say, or we will make life worse for you. Well, as it stands now, we are happy to support Plan B. They can open as long as they like the ground floor. We can't stop them anyway. They've got planning permission to do it. But nothing we can do about that. What we will not accept, that they should continue to erode our Sunday and our bank holidays. We know that in the event of refusal today, the school will continue to play the planning game. It will carry on as usual and appeal.
You have a minute left, Mr. Benham.
Pardon?
You have a minute left.
Right. Thank you very much. They will play the planning game. They will carry on as usual and appeal. If they lose that, they will ignore it and carry on as usual anyway. It's still not against the law. And they know that just as with noise levels and traffic problems, pigs will fly before anyone from the council will even consider bothering with an enforcement action. They are bullying us. They are making the lives of people living in the immediate vicinity of the school totally miserable, and the council are sitting back and failing to enforce either traffic regulations or noise constraints. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, panel.
Thank you, Mr. Benham. Thank you so much. Mr. Myers, just before we get you to the table, Helen's just going to clean the desk and the chairs as per the COVID protocol. I only have had one registered member, registered objector to speak. I read that out at the very beginning, madam, so I don't know. Well, I'm understanding, madam, that you actually emailed to say that you were attending and not wishing to speak. Okay, right. Mr. Myers, could you just come my way a little bit, or I don't mind either way. Mr. Myers, if I allow more time for the objectors to speak, then you'll have more time as the applicants to speak. Are you okay with that? Are you sure? Okay. Madam, is 5 minutes suffice? No problem. Please come forward then, madam. I don't know your name, but if we could, yes, please come forward and sit down.
Hello, I'm sorry,
Hey,
I don't
madam.
know what happened. My name is Joanna Watson.
Joanna Watson.
And I live, sorry.
Sorry, it's okay.
I live at number 17 House Street.
No
which,
problem.
as you can see from the chart, is directly, my garden is directly opposite the outside play area of the school, so I'm directly affected by the opening of
No
the
problem,
school.
Miss Watson. Miss Watson, you've got 5 minutes to speak. I'll give you a shout at 4. Is that okay?
Yes.
Over to you, good
So,
self.
Thank you very much. So I was one of the people who objected against this, removal of the restriction for the opening of the school for longer hours, only because of the noise that we have to endure on a day-to-day basis. And recently the school is also open on bank holidays and Sunday, which actually adds to the stress of having to live with the noise. So that's my main complaint, really. I think we could maybe come to some kind of compromise and ensure that actually the school stays closed on bank holidays and Sundays, as it was stipulated in the first restriction, which I guess that was the idea of the original stipulation of the restriction, was that the building wouldn't be used for professional use on Sundays and bank holidays to obviously maintain the peace of the local community and neighborhood. So that's my request. Please do not respect, our days of rest, when I'm not at work and I would like to use my garden to actually be able to do that, because as it is right now, I cannot use my garden because of the noise that is comes from the school when the children, play outside, which is obviously understandable, but it does affect our daily lives in a really, it has a massive impact, basically. So, and I guess if it continues and if the school is actually extended and opened on those days and longer hours, I think it just might affect our mental health as well, because we've got no space basically to rest, no time to rest, because there's a constant noise from the school. So that's my point. And to add just the final point is Brian mentioned the increased traffic on Lower Broughton Road, and that's quite dangerous. I've seen children running across the road, being let out of the cars without the adult supervision. So it's quite chaotic at the drop-off and collection time of the school. Right, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Myers. Please come forward. Mr. Myers, Miss Watson used 2.5 minutes, so is it okay if you have 12.5 minutes? Is that okay?
Yeah, we're in
it's equal time then.
Okay,
is that
great.
okay? Whenever you're ready, Mr. Myers, over to yourself.
Fine. I'm going to start with a statement. I want to respond to the neighbours and try and put the case forward as well. My name is Benji Myers. I'm here on behalf of Karen Shaloma, I'm employed by them as an educational consultant. The planning officer's report recommends this application for approval. This is on the basis that the ground floor of the building is occupied lawfully without any limitations at all. The removal of the time limit condition on the first floor will therefore have no material impact on neighbouring amenity. While most of the objections do not relate to the planning issues and therefore not material, I think it is necessary to briefly address them and give some context to what's happening. Karen Shaloma has lawfully occupied this premises since 2018. Due diligence was done before purchasing the building. Karen Shaloma contacted the planning department to find out whether any planning consents were needed, and were told unequivocally that this building was a D1 use and already therefore no planning permission was required for the change. It came to light much later on that there was a restrictive condition on the upper floors, hence we're doing this application. I do want to say that the neighbours did, the original time constraint consent that we had, the planning permission that they had was, in the 1970s, was also neighbours did object even to that. So that was unlike what was said. The reason why we're doing it, I'm going to respond a bit in the middle here just to respond to the application. We do need the extra time I'm an education consultant. We do need the extra time to achieve the curriculum that we're doing. We have half-day Fridays, a lot of Jewish holidays. We were not in any way trying to threaten our neighbours. That is not our intention. I've been to some of our neighbours and tried to talk it through with them, and that is not our intention to threaten in any way with Plan B. But Plan B is going to be a consequence if we cannot use the second floor for our lessons, because to get our curriculum within there, with the broad balanced curriculum that Ofsted require, with our Jewish studies curriculum that we engage our students with, to be able to do that, we're going to have this Plan B, which has many more breaks, which has this rolling rota system for the classrooms. That's going to be automatically more noise that will occur because of that. So it wasn't a threat, it was something that we were asked to do in order to show what the consequence of not having a second floor, this restriction, time limit restriction being, giving us planning permission to remove that. The school is rated good by Ofsted. The majority of the children in the school live within a very short distance. Schools are needed in this very young, thriving, growing community. There have been 45 letters of support and 17 objections. As often happens in these cases, the objectors are much more vocal than the supporters. There are very many letters of support from people who live in the area and say they do not find the noise bothersome. They understand that a school generates extra traffic for a short time during the morning and evening rush hours, but this is common in all schools, but does not affect their quality of life. We have, response to just one of the neighbours' comments is, of course, Ofsted has been a number of times and have seen, of course, we have a guard on site when children come out of the cars, the parents are there, so automatically there's parental supervision of any child leaving a car to enter in our building. Sadly, as a Jewish school, we do need guards, CST to provide us that, and there's a guard always there when the boys come in to welcome all our boys into the school. Some of the objectors have made quite an effort to harm the school. The complaints are not really on what we're trying to do. Often the complaints are on the existence in total of the school being there, and that's not what we're trying to do today. We're trying to get this permission to be able to use that second floor, which we believe will hopefully help a little bit in trying to reduce the time, and it's something to help us to provide the curriculum. But the objections have generally been on our existence in total within this area. This includes, the objectives included triggering an emergency Ofsted inspection that was during the pandemic. Ofsted found the school to meet all the standards at this inspection. We tried as well to apply for fencing around the site for security, but also for an acoustic barrier. We wanted to try and prevent the noise as much as possible for our neighbours. This too was the neighbours were not happy because of the look, because of the conservation area, they weren't happy with the look of it, and therefore it got refused. They also, the objectors at that time, also argued that the school should be closed down, showing that it doesn't always relate to what we are trying to achieve. Another objector stated that the school should find a more appropriate area. There have been various altercations with the neighbours, and we're hoping this application will allow more efficient use of the building, lead to less disturbance for our neighbours, and we believe that that's all, we're all trying to achieve the same goal, and hopefully that will help to engage the neighbours and bring them back, and therefore we can communicate again and reduce the noise, and we believe this is the way of achieving that. The managers of the school want to run the school smoothly, and at the same time they do not want to cause difficulty to the neighbours. Hence, when they see this approach from the objectors of, we don't want you there, they find it very difficult to work with, and it's very hard to determine what are the legitimate complaints and what are complaints that make things very difficult to work with our neighbours. In conclusion, as stated by the planning officer, the objections are not material planning considerations. If people with concerns acknowledge the rights of the school to be there and express their legitimate concerns, the school are committed to addressing these needs. I want to reiterate that we are not, in Plan B, in any way threatening our neighbours. I really want our neighbours to go away realising that that is not any intention whatsoever from the school. We really are showing our needs and the requirement of, we believe, a second floor would help, because otherwise there's going to be this rotary system with many more breaks, and I believe will be much more noisy for our neighbours. I do want to say on a personal note, I've been in education for the last 20 years, worked for a number of schools, and I've never been subject as a school to such vitriolic and objectionable language that has been used, in fairness, by a very few number of neighbours within our area. I did go around some of our neighbours, tried to offer a peace branch, really try and communicate, and I do want to do this in the future as well.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. Thank you so much. Okay, I have no other registered speakers, and I have no ward members. Members, I don't see any reason why we should get in the way of this application. It's yes, there is conflict down there, but that is for other regulatory bodies to solve. It's not within our gift. I don't see by us not getting in the way of this application that would cause any more harm. In fact, we might even be able to help it a little. But we can't fix what the situation is on the grounds at the moment within this application, and that is for other regulatory bodies to solve, and it's not for our space. Councillor McCusker, did you indicate?
Yeah, I want to move accepting the application.
Thank you. Councillor Cusack?
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to second Councillor McCuska's motion here. I think it's perverse not to allow a part of a building to be used in line with a planning permission that allows that use for the remainder of the building. However, I think it is worth pointing out that this use on this site, in this location, demonstrates, in my view, the insufficiency of the use classes order in protecting our communities. And I think it's incumbent on councillors, if they agree with me, to suggest that any further relaxations of the use classes order would in fact not be a service to our communities, but could in some circumstances be a disservice to our communities.
And if it was in our gift to restrict those use class order changes, we would we'd certainly take a different view than government at the moment.
Absolutely, Chair.
Yeah, certainly. Members, it's been moved and seconded for approval. Councillor Garrido.
Thank you very much. I just want to say a couple of things. I've noticed that it was withdrawn in 2020 about this mesh security fence. What Mr. Myers said was that it was a acoustic fence to stop the noise. Now, mesh fence, as far as I can see, is not acoustic. So I wonder whether it would be some way that we could facilitate or help with regards to soundproofing this site for the neighbours, especially the houses which are on what's it called? Sorry.
Councillor Green, I don't want to cut you short at all, but what we could do is we could add an informative to our environmental protection team that we would like them to do the utmost as they can to protect the usage of the school and to protect the residents' amenity as well.
Because I have to say, right, that, you know, we all have to live with one another.
Yes.
It's very difficult not, you know, in this day and age to be insular. We can't be insular. We've got to actually live with one another, and I think that, you know, it's right. I'm not a big churchgoer, but Sunday was our day of rest. It's not for a lot of people nowadays, but because we have Sunday working. But I do think that it is incumbent on us to actually respect that people do actually have a religious belief that Sunday is sacrosanct to them, and I think I would never ever infringe on your celebrations, on a Jewish celebration. Yeah. But what I'm saying, right, is that we have to live with one another. So there needs to be some dialogue between the school and the residents.
And I think that's what we need to put that informative on for the Environment Protection team, and they need to go down there and help that. It's not within our gift to solve that. Our today is we need to determine if we should relax condition 2 and the variation of that condition 2 for that removal. I don't see how we should be getting in the way of that. So it's okay. Mr. Williams.
Yes, Chair.
Can we make sure that informative is added to the planning application, please? That we would like to see the Environment Protection team do their utmost to protect residents and the school's amenities and help them live more in harmony.
Will do, Chair. I mean, I just wanted to know, just to say one more thing. The Environmental Protection team are currently in discussion with residents and the school.
Yeah, we're aware of that from your report.
Appropriate investigation they can put into place.
Yeah, we're aware of that from your report, Mr. Williams. That's fine. Okay. Thank you. Okay, it's been moved and seconded for approval, members. All in favour of that, please show. Anyone against that? And any abstentions? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the application has been approved. Thank you so much for your attendance. Thank you. I'll leave members of the public to leave the building as they so wish. And members of the panel, are you happy to note item 5, the delegated authority applications?
Noted.
And are you happy to note planning appeals item 6?
Noted.
Great. And then there's no urgent business, there's no exclusion of the public, and part 2 is closed. Mr. Williams, I'll just thank the members of the public for watching via the live stream, and Mr. Williams, could you close down the live stream now, please? Thank you. 2 hours late. I'm going to hold my hands up. You know, I mean, 11 years ago, 12 years ago, we used to run 2 hours late in the Salford Suite, and I used to go berserk about it. And I've never delivered a meeting since that was ran over this long, and I can only apologise. But, Mr. Williams, would you just be able to come and join us, or one of your good team? Because I just need to get a feeling for how long we're going to be delivering meetings in this building or in this type of environment, because I can't do this to you members again. It's not on. I'm just not. Yeah, I'm more than happy. I mean,